And let people know we exist. Oh shoot, works better if I have this where I can see it. Not that one, but that one. And then we go in here. Bang. Bang. The other place I tell people, yes. Boop. If you wanted to tell anyone, this is the link.
I shall join the link and boost your views.
Appreciate it. Who's this? What? Okay. Alrighty then. Hello everyone out there. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and we are playing Traveler 5. This is the latest session, our third session, Dinner and a Show. And we shall get going. And we may, perhaps, have a new entry into our story, but we'll worry about that when we worry about it. And so, it is the year 1111 of Imperial Reckoning of the Third Imperium. The Third Imperium is in the height of its golden age, enjoying the rulership of Emperor Stefan Alea Alkalokoi. Long may he reign. It has been a full year since the armistice ended the Fifth Frontier War between the Jordani Consulate and the Third Imperium. With a return to status quo de jure, but de facto, the Sword Worlds Confederation have lost many of its worlds to become a new Imperial client state formed in the aftermath. A year of postbellum in the Spinward Marches sector has seen a dynamic shift of recovery, renewal, and opportunity for many a traveler to benefit from, not the least of which the lifting of the sector-wide Amber status by the Travelers' Aid Society. Between the interests of the Mentalist Jordani, the Imperials with their Darien Confederation allies, seeking to uphold their self-appointed warrant of restoration, and the fiercely independent sword worlders, the will of humanity is made manifest in courts of high pageantry, to the respectable private courts of TAS member lounges, to courts low and dark of spacer bars. Among the million stars, we look upon the world of Beater, also known as Galantine, and we focus first at a certain lounge at Starport. Tarbin Arctos, the Ursine. Last we had seen him, he had stepped away from a brawl that had broken out near the tarmac of the not only the spaceport but also the Border Worlds military. But managed to find himself in the company at a TS member lounge with Victor I, who kind of grabbed his attention and had something urgent to tell him about. And one moment, please. That was just me getting food, don't mind me. Victor I had basically got Tarba's attention and invited him over to the member lounge to discuss something of importance.
Fair enough. So after we're settled with drinks, what can I do for you, Mr. I?
Well, actually, it's something to do with you. Well, something I can do for you, I hope. I have come into contact with some very interested patrons already. And the whole point of me asking you and your fellow travelers to do this little errand for me today, which I hear is going mostly well, is that I was going to hopefully let you know about some local patrons, but it seems someone far away has already heard of you, or has at least looked you up. So your group of travelers is, when we looked it up in the file, we found out that a lot of you have ship shares, some of you more than others. Enough, in fact, to commission a rather large vessel, rather advanced vessel. Thus,
That certainly is what we hope to do.
Well, that's just it. It's now normally we would help you, source a shipwright here in the Border World or even in the Empire, but it seems the Darians are interested in offering their services.
My comrades must have impressed their ambassador.
I wouldn't give them that much credit. They saw the number of ship shares and saw how much you're willing to, seeing about money from at least 3 different polities.
Mm-hmm.
Darians like variety in their money.
That's not the worst policy.
So, this will lead to an invitation, should your group wish to accept it, to go to the world of Darien and speak one of their shipwrights. The only thing they request, I almost forgot to give this to you. He opens a briefcase next to him and starts rifling through it. Eventually gives up and puts it on the table. Rifles through it some more. And he grabs out a tablet and kind of hands it over to you. Before closing up his case and stuff.
Tab it open and give it a quick once over.
You see what appears to be a catalog of various options and a shipwright's proposal of the ship that they are offering to build and the amount of ship shares required to build it.
Ooh.
It has and it actually has little annotations to explain things just in case your character isn't familiar with that particular system. It's like, what is that? Oh, that's what that is. Shipwrights want travelers to know how their ship works generally. That way they can buy them.
I'm intrigued, and this does look along the lines of what we're after. You said there was... we've been invited to Darien to speak to a shipwright, but there was something they needed or wanted from us. Yes,
it seems they have a patron who wishes, while your ship's being built, to do a bit of work for them locally.
On Beater or on Darien?
Within the regions, my understanding. This subsector and the adjoining subsectors spinward and trailing. So local, relatively speaking. On an imperial scale, local. He grins at that. And what was that man's name again? I believe it was a man anyway. It's hard to tell with Darien sometimes. He ponders and sips at his drink, suffering his memory. Yes.
Sneeze when his carbonated beverages carbonation gets a little bit too up his nose.
The Merchant's Deck Nulls. He is the one who's sponsoring the foreign building permits for the ship. And he's a TAS member. That's why I even brought this to your attention. He's already heading off to Darien. He just passed along the offering to me, and I'm passing it off to you to let you know of the option. Because you can always say no. You don't have to do anything, but... And normally I wouldn't bother if it had too many hooks into it, because, we're all part of the same society, but some of us have other loyalties. The Darians are nice to us Imperials.
Well, I'll have to speak with the other shareholders, of course, but just glancing over this design, it does seem to be what we had discussed, and we were definitely looking to have the ship built on as close to the bleeding edge of technology as we could get it and still understand how to operate it.
Yes, it's unusual for the Darians to sponsor someone who isn't, where none of you are members. And none of you are in especially great standing with the Confederation. I mean, you served, you have a celebrated biologist, but it's usually not enough to impress the Darien. So there's, I'm imagining it's the money, but maybe it's something else going on. I don't know. They've taken an interest in you.
Interesting group with an interesting collection of careers behind us, so who knows? But sure, I'll bring this to my fellow shareholders, and we think we would be happy to accept the patronage of Merchant Knowles, should they find agreeable. Should I contact Knowles directly, or will you be our go-between?
If you're interested, go to the World of Darien, and you can get his contact information at the Starport Authority, at the TAS member lounge. He can meet you at the lounge, or you can meet him at one of his local estates. The lounge will be acting as an intermediary if you feel a need, but my involvement, I'm kind of tied here to the Sword World subsector for the time being. There's a bit of I don't know, I just have that feeling, that itch that things are gonna kick off again. It's like feels like it was 4 years ago. I don't know if it's gonna be a full-blown war, but something's gonna happen here. I want to be around when it happens.
Oh, I think Torment is a place that, well, in general, no one wants to be on Torment, but in the near future, I think that particular part of the Darien subsector is the forward by trailing edge of the Darien subsector. Is not a place that too many people are going to want to be who want to live a peaceful life.
I might hire some travelers in the near future regarding that. I don't jump into red zones anymore.
Fair enough, but meanwhile, from what I've seen, this Church of the Whoozy Watsit seems to me to bode ill to the border worlds, if not the sword worlds as a whole.
I'd agree with that. There's a huge temptation. Many members of the Sword Worlders are taking up that new religion. Most worryingly, those in the military.
Well, trust the Jordani to, when the direct method doesn't work, to do something a little bit more subtle. Not casting aspersions. They're a smart people, but going up direct militarily against the empires obviously didn't get them whatever the hell it was that they were wanting. So, but that doesn't mean they've given up on getting it. And it seems that the border worlds and sword worlds are the focus of at least some of their attention. Let's hope that this stays a green zone.
One can only hope when it comes to such things.
I see that getting that time in the afternoon, I have dinner reservations in town. My friends to catch up and hear how their days have gone. Thank you for this. Let me know if we can be of help in the future. And good luck.
Good luck to you.
Arpin will make his way from the starport and into town towards the restaurant.
Whoops, wrong window. And we jump forward in time a bit. Scroll. To a lovely dining establishment in the capital of Kiersbog. Where we see Tarbin Arctos, Professor Calvier, and Major Hervor. You are informed by an attendant to the baronet that he has duties to the consulate at the moment that he has to attend to. So he won't be able to make dinner, but he sends his apologies and will add to the tip of the table for the inconvenience, etc., etc., etc. Various pleasantries.
All right.
The baronet. I thought for a second you said there the bear net, and then I
The
was like,
baronet!
oh my god.
Solarians, run!
Oh, good. Or is
Excellent.
it good?
Just the two I needed to see. We've been made an interesting offer, but business can wait till after dinner over some of the excellent coffee produced at Peter. Come, let's enjoy our meal, and you can tell me of your adventures during this day. Did all of the contacts go well?
Well, we've been to everyone
For us,
except
yes.
for the Temple of Luck, so that's our last and final destination. We thought it best to wait till dinner before we got to that one. As for
We-
everything else, we made some money, didn't we, Major?
Calvier has made some money on behalf of the group, and we've got potential. There is potential for contracts from the Galatian forces and army and the new church. We are unlikely to have any opportunities with Susag.
No, that's not true. They said I was registered at Susag, so I might have some opportunities from them.
Oh, and quick pause. You're right. We should have our intuitions figured out. Let's do it at the top of the game. My bad. Each of you roll me 2d6.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So the highest receives that in insight. So the professor has 12 insight.
Oh, yes.
Second, Tarbin, you have 6 curiosity. And the major has 5 luck. As a reminder, insight is why don't we try blank. Curiosity is why is that blank. And luck is if you screw up a roll, luck can you still fail, but you can keep the negative stuff from hitting you directly. But carry on. Sorry, thanks for the reminder. I almost forgot about that.
Go over that one more time. The curiosity, insight, luck,
So
The- meanings. Yeah.
insight is why don't we try blank. Curiosity is why is that blank.
Ah.
And luck is if you fail, you can smooth over the most negative parts of it.
Cool. Thanks.
But yes, Susag is a possibility. Just we require a ship for any sort of work that we might do for them. Like I said, I am registered with them. But other than that, yes, we made some money. Simple money,
Excellent.
but money nonetheless.
And you apparently made some contacts at this. Is it the church?
Yes, the church. She did that. I
Yeah,
tried to stay as far out of it as I
I'm
could.
struggling to remember the name because.
The Church of the Great Sorcerer Magadal, or the Church of Magadal.
Oh yeah, we made connections at the Church of Magadal.
Yeah, she did. I tried to stay out of it as much as I possibly could.
We will have no trouble getting contracts with them, although they would only be useful in a limited space.
Are you wearing their emblem by any chance?
Oh yeah, yeah. Not that Tarvin's gonna recognize that.
No,
Is he-
no, he will. He got briefed on it, and
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah,
as a
you'll
task
recognize.
member, and I recognized it in that merchant ship we were delivering to.
Yeah, the mage's wearing it proudly, it seems. Although the difference is it isn't just one hand outstretched, it's one hand outstretched with a sword in its hand.
That's a variation I haven't seen. That kind of 0.14-inch claw towards the symbol.
Yeah, this version gives extrajudicial authority. Actually, in fact, I think because of this, it's not extrajudicial. It in fact provides judicial authority.
Judicial authority in the church. So if you've joined these people.
They
you can see
they
where I
provide
am.
more access to the government and business of the border worlds than any other organization I've come across.
I swear to God, this entire region is going to be
Look,
on fire
I'm
again
sorry.
in 3 years.
I'm sorry, Mr. Octus. I couldn't control her. She has power armor, you see.
I don't think any of us need to necessarily control any of the others, but I don't know that the church is someone we want to get terribly in bed with. But that's conversation for another day. I worry that too much business with either Susag and or the church will find us flying into red zones, which is never a lot of fun.
Sadly, we cannot stay neutral forever.
Yeah,
Always flying blue
I
zones
for
gives us
one
no
would
cash.
love to talk religion over the table. We should do exactly that.
And I would love to go back to Asgard as well, but you don't see me gearing up for it. Lovely place, by the way. Did you choose this yourself?
It came recommended. I did a little asking about. Supposedly we can get real authentic Beater cuisine here, prepared by some of the finest chefs on the planet. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Beater cuisine.
But you didn't have to come here for that.
Well, I'm curious to see what it
You've never
consists of.
been on like Loki Avenue. I know a few places on there. You should probably get better than whatever they have here.
Perhaps we shall have to see.
And yes, we hope to soon be able to go to the Temple of Luck then after we finished our dinner. Or do you think it can wait for tomorrow?
Well, let's just see. What I have to bring up is I may have a line on a shipwright for us on Darien. And I kind of hold up the tablet. This has the specs, and it seems to be right along the lines of what we were talking to, right down to a lab for you, Doctor, and a well-outfitted galley for me, and vaults and passenger space. I'll pass the tablet over. I've just glanced at it cursorily, though. We'll need to go over it more thoroughly, but it looks like a good ship for us to invest our ship shares in.
A most interesting proposal. Do you mind if I have a look at it while after dinner?
Of course.
Oh, very good.
And then we'll see, depending on how long we linger, whether we put the temple off to tomorrow or head out to tonight. I, for one, am unfamiliar with either the old religion of this sector or the Magatil, and I kind of nod at the badge that she's wearing to know what are appropriate hours to approach a temple.
It's not really a temple anymore, right? Because it's destroyed.
Yeah, it's one of the ruins of the old Asgard Aesir religion. Well, old.
So
It's still
who-
practiced, but you know.
Yeah, the
Who
religion is
inhabits the
still
room?
practiced, just not at this place anymore.
Yeah.
Wonder who we're delivering it to out there in the
And-
ruins.
I don't know that it's not far enough to get like an overnight flight, right? Because
It's like 30 miles from the city, I think. That's what he said.
You can be grabbed over and be there. I mean, right now it's dark out. It's nighttime. So you'd be arriving there in the middle of the night.
Perhaps it is best then that we eat our dinner and book a room somewhere for the night.
Yeah. If I guess if dinner is to be followed by coffee, then we could go tonight. If dinner is to be preceded by mead, then we should not go tonight.
Well, first let's see to dinner, then we can discuss the ship, and then we can see what we're about.
Dinner served is it is rather expensive, well within your social standings. So it's not anything that you would be surprised to pay for the kind of food you would prefer, or quality of food you would prefer. However, you do find yourself served a variety of cheeses and meats, some salads and soups. Like they go to great pains to try to stay very true to the Sword Worlder cuisine, but trying to upscale it a little bit. Now that's all well and good, and the Sword Worlder among you can, in fact, say yes, this is, you know, it's the kind of food you would get. Unfortunately, it's kind of. You get the feeling you're paying in this restaurant for the ambiance and not the food, because the food it's not bad. It's just kind of average. It's
That's
very,
disappointing.
very dull in its presentation. It's like, oh look, we did it in a authentic wooden bowl that we used 100 years ago. It's like, yes, you and the 5 other restaurants 50 floors down. Like I could get this anywhere on the planet.
That's disappointing. I thought I'd roll better than that. Oh,
They rolled crap, unfortunately. I mean, the ambiance is great. Like, it is a very pretty place. You have all the room to yourself. You have, like, your table is nice and isolated from the other tables. There's like nice music going on. It's just, it seems like they focused a lot on the experience of the food rather than the food itself, which some chefs would be pulling their hair out right now.
fair enough. And with me, that's a lot of hair.
Fortunately,
How's the wine?
I was about to say the drinks normally aren't made at the restaurant, right? They're made several years beforehand, so by
One
other
hopes.
people. I guess they could have a bad sommelier.
It's a nice cool serve wine. They don't serve it like ice cold. They serve it a little cool below temperature, but it's a bit pedestrian. It's expensive. It would cost a lot to buy this, but you've all traveled around a bit, so you've had better.
The bear's just a bit disgruntled. He's going to get on the TAS Yelp app after dinner at some point.
They must have changed chefs or something, or management.
I've had better out of the bombed out basement of a middling merchant on land. He had a few barrels stored away, and they were better than this after the bombardment.
I'll even highlight for Harvor. This is the sort of stuff you would expect to find in like a restaurant that you might frequent when you were younger. Like not a nice like high-rise one like this one, but like a street level,
Yeah, but
urban one.
it's good from that perspective, but also I know I could just walk downstairs and get it for like a third the price.
Yeah.
So it's not that good in comparison.
Yeah.
Right.
Overpriced.
Yes, this is a $50 Coke. It still tastes like Coke.
Right. Right.
Don't worry,
No,
it's served in a very nice glass of crystal. Oh, sorry, drinking horn, because they're being authentic. Like, okay.
Well,
Who
being very
was it that
unimpressed by
gave you this recommendation?
several people. I don't know. Perhaps the chef has changed. At any rate,
Remind me
since-
to
It
avoid
could
these
just be
people.
it could just be travelers, right? They don't know what good food on Beater is. They just know what the locals have told them, and the locals probably don't want them going to the best places on Beater.
Eventually, the coffee is served.
so
Oh, God almighty.
Yeah,
the coffee swill too.
I'm not gonna drink coffee after wine.
Well, the dessert
Yeah, if-
coffee, that's something I would have. It's just, the ones you see, even if you don't have it, it's like, it's a very pretty coffee thing that they pour it from. And you smell the, it on the air, Tarbin a little more so than the two of you. But, yeah, you smelled this at the starport. Like,
Yeah,
the
okay.
little dispenser things that you put a
I
paper
mean-
cup into for like 5 credits. No, less than that,
Let's-
sorry.
Let's pass on the coffee, pay the bill, and go somewhere else.
Let's say I think Tarbin can smell like the recent genetic ancestry of these beans, right?
Probably. Yeah. Should go back to that militant coffee house we were at earlier for coffee. Good coffee there.
Actually, let's not do that.
Why? You seemed to like it perfectly fine earlier today.
I would enjoy it again. I just have to kick a lot of people's ass to go back.
Why? Because of that thing? Again, pointing at the.
Probably.
Well,
Yes.
just put it in your pocket.
I don't think that's how it works. Actually, I don't know. I'd have to read the book.
I mean, are you actually converting to this nonsense, or?
I am participating so long as it's advantageous to me.
Well, then put it in your pocket. It's not going to be advantageous at the coffee house.
I'd have to read the rule book,
Ah,
but
We've
you might
lost
be
a-
right. I'll flip through a couple of pages real quick to see if it says anything about removing jewelry.
He takes out like a pocket tome of enlightenment. Give me an education roll, 2d6.
Tarbin will lean over to Calvir and say, sotto voice, who knew you could carry enlightenment in your pocket?
Is that enlightenment in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
That's
A little bit of both.
a failure. So how do I do luck, or does luck matter here?
Nah, I wouldn't waste it. You look through it, you're not sure. You probably could give it a look later, but there's some sub-passage about the presentation of holy items. But does this qualify as a holy item, or is it just an expression of religious intent, or is it a badge of office? You're a little lost. You're like flipping, there's like 3 different sections on the same topic, and you're not really sure which one really applies.
There's not a strong answer, so I'm gonna say we could go back.
All right, so yeah, let's go back to the coffee house, grab a table, and look at these ship lanterns.
yes, sounds like a good idea.
Oh wait, we don't want to go back to the spaceport though, because we're like, we gotta fly. Right? Don't we just want to get like a hotel here and then?
Oh, that's right.
fly?
It was at the spaceport.
Yeah, it was
Well,
at
but
it was at the high port, not the low port.
Low port,
No.
high port's the naval base.
Oh, okay.
Well, how far away is the star base from the or the starport from the city that we're in?
From Kersburg, it's a couple
Yeah.
hours grab flight.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's find someplace else to. The bear will try and sniff out a really good coffee house.
I mean, we probably.
Or someplace, some kind of dessert coffee.
I'm sure if we find a hotel, right, it'll have one of those in it.
Well, but that's not necessarily going to, it's not necessarily going to be a good place to get dessert and coffee. We've seen that already.
I could take you to like a market to get the beans, and then you could make it, right?
No, I don't want to make it. I want to go somewhere, get some good dessert, have a nice cup of coffee, and talk about the ship. Dinner was such a disappointment. I have to do something to cap this night off properly.
Very well, but let me look for it. I mean, you did choose dinner.
The bear will let Hervor look for it, but will judge finally with his nose.
As because
I will say, are you trying? I'll say 2d6. It'll use the world knowledge and intelligence of Hervor, and you can add on top of that Tarbin's chef profession as an assist. I don't think you can biff this.
That's a 4.
No, I could only fail on a 2d6.
You'd have to get double 6s.
Yeah, in fact, because of can we ask for the difficulty to be increased for a better result?
You can make it. You could make 3d6. So you're finding. Part of that would be you're doing it quickly. You're very it just comes. It's not a I have to look it up and say, oh, I know the perfect place just off the top of your head. It's like this place. It has this, that, and the other. It's like, oh, okay. So you're not spending a considerable amount of time looking for it, or you take the long time, but you're increasing quality. So you're basically forcing me to have good flux on this place.
Yeah, I'll go for the increased quality because it's the same with 3d6. It's the same thing. We'll fail on a 666, just like we'd fail on a 666, but we're not going to fail because we rolled over. We're only going to fail from an auto fail.
Oh, okay, cool. Yep.
Yeah, because my intelligence plus world knowledge is 14, and his plus 4 makes that an 18.
There's this ordinary little coffee shop on the ground level here in Kurzbog, but they have a rather almost rebellious approach to how they do coffee. Like, they don't do it in some of the more traditional senses. They use various energy weaponry and lasers to kind of heat to roast the coffee. And surprisingly, it's one of those things that people made fun of them for, but Hervor actually went there once, and it's amazing. Like, you don't know what the secret is, but it turns out to be some perfectly roasted every time, all the time coffee, which Tarbin Chef Knowledge kind of highlights that as like, you can do that, and there are civilizations that do use energy like plasma and lasers to do the heating process rather than induction or gas fires and things like that. It's just that it's not a thing Sword Worlders do, because that's not the tech level they play at. So they're this particular place is ahead of the curve when it comes to how coffee is to be prepared, which gives them a lot more options. They can play with the coffee a lot more and try different bean flavors and combinations without worrying about the quality being fluctuated. And surprisingly, they're at Hervor's prices. They're actually cheap. They're actually way cheaper than from what Tarbin knows. There's places that charge way more for that same cup of coffee. Like laser roasted is like a premium you would add.
Nice.
And it's like here, it's like no, they charge it for like the same cup of coffee as the guy down the street. Like it's a 3 credit coffee. It's like, okay, they charge a whole credit more than an average cup of coffee. Oh no,
Right. Yeah. So get a good big cup of coffee, settle in, and let's talk ship. Dig into these files that we only looked at cursorily. Blah, blah, blah. And I will tell them about Deck Knowles being willing to set us up with the introduction to the shipmaker and to sponsor the foreign building permits in exchange for us doing a little bit of work for him. And that this Derek Knowles comes relatively well recommended.
Whatever work he requires is not is underselling the value of this ship. Like,
This is my first thoughts as well. We would need to make our way to Darien, however.
not a difficult task if you're traveling by naval cruiser. Never been there via normal passage, though.
Shouldn't be onerous. Pretty much lies along the end of towards the end of well, not the end, lies along was it X ship? What are those green lines on the traveler map? Right there. X boat route. So lies along a well-traveled star route. Let's see. 7, 8. 8 jumps away.
Which is 2 months, right? Unless we
Yeah.
find something that has greater than jump 1.
Right.
Your high passage can get us there, right?
I think so. Assuming I have enough. Which I should.
Yeah. Because it's... Right.
Because I
get
saved 6 of the ones I sold. I saved 6 unsold from my years in the service, and then I would have gotten 1 a month for this past year as well, and I don't know how many of those I may or may not have spent. So I should have enough to get us there.
Right, because it's 1 for each of us for 1 destination, or is it 1 for each of us per jump?
I think it's 1 for, like, a high passage covers 1 passage on a ship from where it's starting to where it's going. So, like, if it's a 1 jump ship, we would need, each of us would need 8 high passages. That's the way I understand it. Or, you know, it could be one of those things where you book a flight through to wherever, and would be 1 high passage, I guess. I don't know.
High passage is from where the ship is leaving to where the ship is, its next destination is, its next landing area is.
Right.
So if they're going, if the intended destination is, the ultimate destination is Darien, then the ship will, the passage would cover the whole thing. Most ships don't do that though, because as you may have seen during ship creation, sometimes it's economical to stop some points along the way to refuel, get more passengers. Right. And you get more money that way, because that way you're letting off people, getting people on over and over as you're traveling.
So
if we look, I think we should be able to find someone whose main thing is passage from Beater to Darien with that, or at least to a Darien world nearby Darien, because Beater's a crossroads, right? Mm-hmm. If anyone from the Empire going to Darien is probably passing through Beater.
Yeah.
So I think we're probably in the best place in the Sword Worlds to find passage to Darien.
And GM is the ship stats that we're looking at, the ship that we worked on building out.
Yep.
Okay. Well then, at this point, I'll pull out my computer and start looking at potential passages and see if there is a direct or the one with the least amount of stops.
Okay. I will treat this as intelligence 3d6 computers.
Argument for steward.
I'll take steward. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, what rank of steward do you have?
2.
2. This is hard, so it increases to 46.
Goodness.
That's actually a thing. That's something I've been screwing up the last while. If the number of dice is higher than your skill in the ability, then it increases by 1 die because it's a difficult check for you to do.
Right.
That's where
So
Jack
this
of all
is hard
trades
then.
helps with. That's one of the things it blunts. It blunts the this is
Yeah,
hard.
which I
range.
have, but it doesn't really help me in this because it's not higher than my steward skill,
Yeah.
as I understand it. Yeah. Okay. That's going to be, it's 46, you said?
Yeah.
Are there any mods I can throw at it?
I'm willing to give you +1 mod because you're a TES member. You can look up the TES membership and see if there's any members who are willing to go. Hey, are you a member? Yeah, I'm not intending to take someone there, but if you have a members asking, sure, I can make some room.
So my target number is the mod go to the target
Oh.
number or the die roll?
I think you are wrong. It's if skill plus Jack of all trades is equal to or greater than the number of dice being rolled on the task. This is hard does not apply. So because you have 2 steward and 1 Jack of all
2.
trades, that equals 3, which means you don't get hit by this as
You're
hard.
right. Yep.
Actually got 2 jack of all trades, so 4. So okay, so 3
Yeah, it stays at 3.
dice then?
Yeah.
Okay.
That worked
Let's
out.
try that. But it doesn't change the actual target number.
No, just
Is
change
that
your dice.
+1 to the target number, or like -1 to the die? Which mod?
Mod to your target number.
Okay, so that's 13. I'm trying to get under with 3 dice. Ooh, close, but got it.
All right, so you do find someone who is willing to. You do find a passage that is leading from Beater to Narsil, and then they're gonna jump from Narsil to Spoom, and then Spoom to. Well, it's not like ultimately it's here, like this,
Right.
but it's more like probably like this.
Right.
More like that. So there's at least 1, 2, 3.
Oh, there are 3 jump
1,
ships,
2,
probably.
3, 4, 5. 5 jumps total to get there. Because jump 2 is pretty quick. For maybe I'm full of crap. I'm gonna check my templates. There might be. I haven't played with a free trader in a while. Not free trader, but free trader might be a good job. I'm in the wrong book. That's why I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Helps if I look in the right book.
Free traders, I think, are normally 1 jump. Far traders are the 2 jumps most of the time,
Yeah.
I think.
I don't know what a liner is.
That would be the GM has to create it. There aren't any in the book.
There's no subsidized liner. There's a thing. Jump 2s. Like jump 2, yeah, I thought so. Jump 2 is the normal unless you're like a battleship or something, or a fast far trader. So yeah. So jump 2 though, you get high passage jump 2. So 1 jump, 2 jump. They have to stop here. 3 jump. 4, 5.
Which means he has enough high passage to get 1 person to Darien.
Well, out of the ones that I'd saved, and that I've got another years that I haven't used, because that was just calculated on the 4 years I was in the Navy earning them, but then the game started a year after I got out of the Navy. So if I haven't spent any of those, I've got 17. So
Which would get 3 people.
Right.
I'm sure the Baronet can pay for his own high passage. He must be loaded.
It really depends on what ship we find.
Right. I can get the ship shareholders there with what I've got, and I'd be willing to pay for middle passage for.
I was
the
about to say
non-shareholders.
we could get 3 people there and then average the cost of the other 2 across all of us.
Yeah.
And the cost right now would be, I rolled it wrong. No, right book, correct book. It's wrong page. Mid passage, I believe, is 5K normally.
Well, the ship we're going for, right, is going to have 3 of us traveling on high passage.
Right. But we're using my TAS vouchers for those, so we don't have to worry about that. It's just the mid passes that we're having to shell out
Okay,
for.
so the non-shareholders have to travel in second class.
Yeah. Do you have a problem with that?
No, not at all.
I mean, this
Not at
whole opportunity is coming about because the 3 of us have ship shares.
Does the bear not have ship shares? For some reason, I thought he did.
No,
Yeah.
it's the 3 of us here.
Is it?
That's the 3 of us.
Yeah.
That's amazing. There it is.
And there's even, among the shareholders, there is a hierarchy, because Tarbin has 3, Hervor has 2, and Kelvir has 1.
So the current for the person you checked in on, they're willing to give a slight because you're using a lot of high passage with them. They're willing to discount the mid passage for you a bit for 7K a ticket.
So that would be 7K a jump.
Yep.
For both
there were
of the
5
mid passengers, or for
Each. So 14 for both.
And it's how many jumps?
Whoops.
It's
5?
It's gonna be 70,000 credits.
Woo!
1, 2, 3,
14K.
4, 5.
14K times
35,000?
5. Yeah, it's gonna be 70,000 credits.
Oh.
Yeah, the bear will shell out for that.
Do we want to? Well, first we could apply the group's money.
Does the group have a bunch of money right now that I don't know about?
It has like 20 grand or something.
24,000 to be specific. I at least think so. Let me confirm. Because we earned it last time. That was...
Yeah, all the money we got last episode...
25,000 credits.
Yeah, 25,000.
Right. So is that group money, or is that Calver's money?
That's technically group money. I put it in the group treasury.
Yeah,
Okay.
he decided to give it to the group.
Okay. So 70 minus 24, you said?
25 is
25.
We have a remaining 45,000 we need to earn or spend.
Yeah. So the bear will take care of the 45,000. That actually makes my math a little easier.
So
And that will come out of the
that's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to form a corporation. That way, the corporation can take loans from us, right?
Right.
So we can pay ourselves twice.
and high passage is usually what, 10,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Tarbin is actually like on like, I don't know, travelerbooking.com or something.
Yeah.
Booking the flights.
Yep.
Well, by this point, you've connected with the steward of that ship through the TAS member liaison service, and it's like, okay, so it's like, I need this, I need that. It's like, okay, and you're kind of going back and forth on the thing, texting each other.
It's like a travel agency kind of thing. All right, I've deducted that from his credits, so we should be set up for that. And is there any point in sending word ahead to this deck nulls that we're interested in agreeing and coming, or is it just, when we...
Well, things are met. You could pay for an express boat to pull a message to them quickly. It'd be polite, but it's not required in any way, because the TS, he's already heading off ahead of you, and the expectation is that if you're interested, you'll come to where he is and meet him on Darien.
Right.
If you're not interested, then after a certain amount of time, they'll just stop caring, and they'll go, okay, fine, I'll find someone else.
If he's not left yet, then yeah, tell him we've already booked passage and we are coming, so he can already start making arrangements.
Yeah. I mean, he's a TAS member. I should be able to send a message to him if he's still in system.
Let's see if he's still in system. See how lucky you are.
Because y'all were saying your conversation with him was like 8 or 9 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is in system, but you'd have to pay for a communique to be sent to him through the Starport communication system.
I'm assuming that would be cheaper than sending an X-Boat after him.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what's that going to cost me?
That will cost you. $700.
Okay. I can do that.
Then they'll just they'll fire the message at them through the it's like, hey, update. They'll radio them and let them know that there's a express message from the Starport. Like, okay. And they'll pass it on to the relevant person. After a delay, because it takes time for it to get to them and for them to hear it, send it back and all that. Because you caught them as they were just about to power up for jump, and they just you just happened to catch them. Like, oh wait, hold on, we're being messaged. Stop. We don't have to jump right now. Just 5 seconds.
Right. I mean, all they have to do is go acknowledged.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, you get an acknowledgement message, and they look forward to seeing you there.
Might as well be as polite as we can. This might be a good earner for us later.
As a heads up, that will give you a mod to social roles with that person, because you did go the extra politeness mile. Because now they can prepare during the 2 weeks they're flying, during the travel time, they can prepare for you.
Right.
All right, so.
And actually, if you go express, you're probably going to get there ahead of them. Because you're doing jump 2 instead of the normal jump 1.
Well, we're doing that because it's cheaper in the end.
He actually has to go a long way around because you can't do jump 1 along our route.
Yep. You're getting there way ahead of him. Because he has to go.
He has to go up instead of down.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Well, like
10, 11,
in these
12,
blank spaces,
13.
In these blank spaces between the two polities, I mean, do we know there's just nothing there? That's just void.
That's just deep space. Yeah.
Okay, so it's only on the traveler map the places that have like the big asterisks in it where
there's something there.
Something just hasn't been scouted or surveyed yet.
Yeah, there's a star there. What's in that system? You'd have to go and find out.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, theoretically, if one was in a super hurry, you might go da 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 da, and then if you'd fuel up a Narsil, jump into empty space, spool up for another jump, and go to Spoom, and then to Darium.
Yeah.
Which would require you to have a ship that could carry twice to enough fuel for 2 jumps.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is also kind of rare, I think.
Yeah,
and
or
expensive.
That has drop, or that has drop tank capacity.
Yeah.
So, all right. So yeah, I think we've got everything booked.
The steward of the ship you're booking with is wondering when you wish to leave, or when you're planning to leave.
Tomorrow evening sounds good, maybe?
Well, we're going to arrive before him, and we don't have any line on contracts already in system, and the ship's not going to be ready when we get there. So I'd actually say let's take like 3 more days, see if someone else in system has a quick job we could do for them just to earn a little extra cash, and then go, because we might be able to do the same thing on Darien where we find some work while we're waiting on him, but we have much more established connections from our activities yesterday and me living on this planet for a while, so I think our chances of finding short-term work are much higher here than there, and there's not really an advantage to getting there before him.
Is that kind of delay going to cost us any more as far as the ship holding for us?
Hello, author. That would require an additional 3d6 steward check to get them to hang about for you. Because normally, a 24-hour period, they wouldn't mind. But longer than that, they're sitting there not moving.
Okay. Let's see.
But hey, if you make the arrangements, say, hey, here's what you can do, and I'll even help you out with a little bit. It's like, okay, well, sure, we'll hang around for a couple. We can hang around on this planet for a little while.
Made it.
Yep. Yeah, you're able to finagle it with them, and like, okay, well, we can do this, we can do that. All right, yeah, we can wait around, sure.
So how many days does that buy us? Because if we jump, we will be there in 5
weeks.
1 week, 5 weeks. He's gonna take 13 weeks, right? So we're gonna be waiting. Even if we stay here a few days, we're gonna be waiting several months on Darien for him to catch up with us.
Well, yeah. But
That roll bought 3 days, just as a heads up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can get more. It's just the longer you make them wait, the harder the roll is because it eats it. They're sitting there in the port, not moving, and they're a passenger boat.
I say we do what you're saying to hang around 3 days, finish up this work for the TAS, see if we can get anything else, and then we worst goes to worst, we're hanging out at the starport at Darien and getting to know some people. We've already got the shipwright has already sent a proposal. So we could be there, talking with the shipwright, even if before the foreign build stuff is in place. And
so if we wait 3 days, we will end up waiting 53 on Darien for him to catch up to us. So just under 2 months.
Okay.
I agree with the 3 days. That was just.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of, we can hang around here, we can hang around there.
Yeah, and that doesn't include any extra jump calculation time, so it could be a few less days.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I guess we'll see each other in the morning and let's go finish the job. Yep. And then, while we're on our flight tomorrow, we can make a couple of calls and see if we can line up a 1 or 2 day long gig, and then we'll head out.
Yep, sounds good.
So, go ahead.
Yep, I'm good. Message in the Discord.
Okay. Whoopsie. So the three of you are heading off, resting for the night.
Yep.
And on the following morn, oh wait, I remember, you're in the city. Oop.
Yep.
There are notably no news reports about an incident at City Hall. There are more news about various local politic going on. Everyone's really excited about the new establishment of the Border Worlds Authority and the government, and the Marquesa made a speech. There was a big party that happened at the in Sting, and there's smaller parties elsewhere. There's reports of some religious violence between the church and the Church of Magatul and the Esir followers. There is a new hiring initiative by SUSAG for various zero-G and deep space workers. And weather is going to be it's pretty bad today. It's going to be rainy on various on the continent you're heading to. So there's a big rainstorm, tropical rainstorm that's happening in the continent you're going to. And there's some of that rain's even getting here to the capital, because the capital is like a good span away. Difference between North America and Britain, for example, or France. So there's a bit of a distance. So they're still feeling that massive storms, little hints of the signs of that bigger storm coming. Anything else that would be relevant? One thing that might be relevant. I should check. Nope. There are some academic talks among the various scholars on planet, but from Calvir's point of view, it's subjects that aren't of any great relevance to him. Minor economic things that are super important to Galatians and to Border Worlders, but nothing of interest to Calvir.
All right.
Oh, let's go jump on a grav ship. A grav lifter.
Yes,
Sounds
we
like
have
a
to
plan.
head over to the Temple of Luck now.
When you go to, do you go to hire a grav pilot, or are you gonna rent a vehicle yourself?
Do we have anyone who has grav or driver above 0? I have tracked 1, but I don't have anything in grav.
I have jack of all trades too. I can drive with that.
I mean, actually, yes.
Yes.
No driver on my part.
I mean, driver is one of those default skills. It's one of those where you really only have to roll against it if something weird is happening.
Something weird might happen. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but I mean, I can use jack of all trades. That's all I got.
Yeah, I will default to whatever Tarvin. If Tarvin thinks he can do it, then sure, I can hire you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Of course, Tarvin thinks he can do it. He was a scout for years. He's very self-sufficient. So yeah, we'll rent a grab car, enclosed, since the weather's going to be crappy. And I think Peter is probably sophisticated enough to have a what they call it, a net, like where you basically, get up to altitude, connect your car's computer with the planetary net, and it pretty much self-flies unless something disastrous happens.
You can plug into a net to a degree, yep.
Okay.
For some level of autopiloting. The rental will cost you 1,300.
Jeez.
If you want, I'll take care of that one.
What's that versus hiring?
Hiring would be a 2,000 flat, but it would get you a highly skilled grab flyer. The only downside is that the only downside I'll highlight that you would know as just people in the world. If you rent the vehicle, you decide when it leaves and it goes. And if it gets damaged, worst that happens, you have to get back and pay for the vehicle. But if you hire a driver, the driver might get spooked and run with the vehicle.
Out there, if you're willing to take it.
Yeah, I'll cover it. 2K.
Okay.
I deducted the credits.
So the three of you hire a gravity propelled hover vehicle. You see the various controls, all within the tech level of what the three of you are familiar with, so you're not worrying about that. Mm-hmm. And the computer sits idle at the controls of who? At Tarvin?
Sure.
If you need any help navigating, let me know.
Okay.
And slot I want to put you in to remind me later what you're doing is you're going to Temple, which is
also
this one.
if you need any help uh, figuring out how to assault a position, right? These are the two things you're good at.
I'll keep it in mind. So yeah, and I will take full advantage of the planetary transportation net whenever possible.
Planetary net lights up in front of you on your console, and the computer system requests your intended destination.
I will plug in the coordinates for the Aesir Temple. Good luck.
You are given an amber warning that there is a weather system in the area, and it is advised that you take caution while flying in that area. Do you understand this warning? Yes. No.
Yes.
And you're shown a flight path of blinking dotted lines on a little mini map on your console, and then on the HUD on the windshield of on the cover of your ship, you can see it kind of faintly highlighting where those dots are relative to you. You can see your altitude, your horizon, and so on.
Right. But basically, I'm just letting it autopilot until, well, kind of keeping an eye out for anything that may require me to grab the yoke, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And this trip's gonna take several hours.
Yep.
All right. Can Hervor make calls back to the city, trying to line up a new job for after this one?
You could. Oh, there we go.
I'll also probably get out of the armor because it'll just be convenient while we're flying not to be in it.
Try going on a road trip for like 6 hours sitting in power armor. It's like there's room, but like, you know.
It's actually designed for that, right? Because it has integral drinks and snacks and waste disposal and all of that.
Yeah.
You're meant to live in it for the life of the power cell. I guess that doesn't mean it's comfortable, right? But
I mean, yeah, things taste bad in here if you have to eat your snacks.
oh yeah, it does taste bad. That's the downside of me not being having a 2 in dexterity.
And Tarbin will check the TAS job board, see if there's anything on planet that might be worth us doing over the next 3 days.
Yeah, I'm looking first to see if the church needs anything, and then to see if the army needs anything.
I'll have a look at. Well, Susak was searching for the 0G that we don't apply for that, I'm afraid. So,
Yeah, you might not want to wear the
Yeah,
sword of the sorcerer there at the temple.
No one's gonna be there.
Well, someone's going to be there. We're delivering to somebody.
Oh, there'll probably be one person there. It's a destroyed temple. Why would anyone be there?
Maybe they're
Also,
rebuilding it. Maybe there's an entire archaeological team.
It's a destroyed temple, so, like, as a sword worlder, they've failed already, so why do I care what they think?
please just
Like,
let us
if their
finish this
opinion
job.
mattered, their temple would still be there.
Let us finish this job in peace. Just put it away for a second.
I mean, I don't think Calver and I, either one are. Well, Calver, the bear's not armed beyond his arms.
Now I have a briefcase with papers in it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna attack anybody. If someone attacks me, that's different. That's their fault, right?
Fair enough.
But yeah, I'm not gonna endanger y'all.
Yet.
I mean, and to be fair, the bear's a bear, so it's not. Claw bite is always an option.
Have you ever Have you ever tried a space axe though? Like I get that claws can like tear and stuff, but have you ever used a space axe? You should.
I'm better unarmed. By far. Or with a slug thrower of some description.
I only use slug throwers. I have 2 of them back at the spaceport. If you need to fight someone who's well protected against slug throwers, you've made a mistake. And I gesture at the power armor. Alright, I should correct myself. The battle armor. There's no power armor here. There's battle armor and battle dress.
The bear has a magnum pistol and a heavy assault shotgun back in his room at the Traveler's Aid Society, I guess.
Yeah, I have a ultimate medium assault machine gun and an ultimate magnum machine pistol. Which, I built the machine pistol not to be like a good weapon, but to be a good concealable, because it's got quiet recoil. It has mods for visual detection, and it's set up with like a shoulder stock and stuff. So the
Nice.
the Q rebs are like all over the place, good and bad, which is not generally a thing you want. You generally only want good Q rebs.
I grabbed it from the pre-mades in the back of book 1.
Oh yeah, I finally got my head around making guns, and then I just kind of made like 4 or 5 of them and waffled about which ones I wanted.
An hour goes by of just peaceful flying away from the city over the open ocean. And who wants to resolve their task first?
You started first, Hervor, so go ahead.
Hervor,
Yeah,
you wanted to check with...
The church first, and the army second.
Give me...
And the reason I say that is because I think, to get psionically tested, I have to do another job for the church first. It's not just pay the 1,000. I got to do another job for them and then pay the 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why they're first on the list.
Give me intelligence 2d6.
I mean, I'm always going to look for jobs that focus on my ability to do violence, right? Because that's what I know how to do, but like if they need something else.
I would say this is a computer check. Because you're looking it up online and trying to find out what you're looking for. Liaison, if you had it.
This is hard 3d6 roll.
Okay.
Because I don't know it. It's a computer. What do you do with that?
Hold on, I have to open up the Clippy, rather.
Yes, ma'am, Major Boomer.
Look, back in my day, we had eagles that we threw at people.
Back in my day, we used carrier pigeons, and we liked them.
Carrier hawks, there we go.
Yeah.
Problem was, they kept attacking each other, so you never knew if your mail was going to get where you wanted to go.
We tried carrier crows, but every shiny thing distracted.
In fact, that's 1 over.
Yeah, you find some jobs, but they're well outside your skill range. Or they're so minor, like help sweep this particular place or help clean this particular shrine, and you know that wouldn't be enough to get recognized. That's like one of those intro tasks to join the temple, or it's like, hey, if someone's free and they happen to be in the neighborhood, we could use someone. But
Is this a place I'd use luck on?
It's an intro to the cult. kind of thing.
you could use luck on this. Yep, I have an
will
idea.
use, point of luck then.
Okay, roll your luck on 2d6.
Is it 2d6 or 1d6? I thought we had confusion about that.
If your luck is less than 7, then it is a single die.
Yeah, my luck is only 5.
Yep, so it's a single die. You're right.
Oh my god.
Well, you weren't
That's
that
not
lucky, I guess. Yeah, they could use people to move boxes somewhere. You know, yeah, like little things like that that are like you may get paid 50 credits if the patron in question is particularly nice about it. But
Yeah,
beyond
and
that,
I don't even really care about the money.
yeah, like I'll tip you 50. It's like that's not what I'm trying to do. Thanks anyway, though. You get the feeling that there's some level of caution around a new member, but it's not so much they're shutting you out because you did do something dramatic. So, and you are a zealot, so they're like, we don't have any zealot work. That's kind of where you're getting that kind of vibe. They want you to be doing zealot work. They just don't happen to have zealot work for you right now.
All right.
Are Tarbin or Calvier doing any research during the flight?
I had nothing, no.
Tarbin was checking the Traveler's Aid Society job boards. See what's out there.
Give me computers intelligence 2d6.
Okay. Yes, made it.
Hold on. I have a job, but the pay I generated was garbage. It's not worth your roll. We'll say that much, so... there does seem to be a patron of Susag, from Susag, who is looking for someone to take a package to one of their branch offices in the subsector, specifically to Orcrist. And it's not the main world of Orcrist. It's one of the other planets where they have a research base at. And the Traveler's Aid Society notes that this person has... they seem to be one of the functionaries of the corporation. So the money should be good. They aren't a TES member, but they have submitted a request if anyone's interested in ferrying stuff for them. The rate they're trying to offer people is like 700 credits a head, but the Traveler's Aid Society has recommended to the client that they may wish to meet with the patrons in question and with the travelers in question and negotiate a more equitable payout. Traveler's Aid Society recommends no less than 3,000 a head because of the just because of travel distance. You're looking at it's about 3 parsecs away to get to where you want to go. So it's like, yeah, you'd want at least 3,000 a head.
Right.
And they could probably afford more, but you'll have to negotiate with them. We're just letting you know that that's a job that's in the wild right now. That no one's grabbing because they're underpaying way too much.
Which is, it's also not a job we can do, right? Because we don't have the time.
Right, and the ship's not. Our ship isn't even stopping in that star system if it's doing two jumps. But
That job. So what will happen is that if you don't take a job every week, I will check Flux to see if the job's still out there or if someone else has grabbed it. But for the next 7 days, you know that job's out in the open somewhere. You can always negotiate it. Once you've solidified the deal, then it's your deal, and it just stays there until you finish it.
Right. Okay.
I believe Harvard was looking for a military contract, an army as well.
Yeah.
Give me.
And I guess military is strong, because I'm not looking generally for the military. I'm calling that friend we met and asking him if he or anyone he knows needs something done by us.
Oh, yeah. Give me. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, and I'm specifically only talking about stuff on the planet, because like the issue we run into with the thing, by the time we have a ship and we can do missions to other planets, it'll be months. So I'm only really asking him about stuff on the planet.
Give me 3d6 liaison. Your mod is +2 because your friend's helping you out.
This is hard, makes it 4 because I don't have anything in liaison.
Yep. And those who know Traveler 5 rules, normally if you have nothing in a non-default skill, you couldn't roll, but I'm allowing it just because it's more interesting to me, frankly.
And you said...
Plus, it's hard enough as it is with 46 over there.
It was a what roll?
Liaison, intelligence.
With a mod of 1?
Of 2.
Of 2.
To your target number. So it's -2 to your dice makes more sense as well, but, either way.
That's funny. At this time, it's 2 over. Would luck help here?
It could, yep. So it's not 5, it's not 4.
Maybe something's gonna go my way.
So, okay, he doesn't have anything today. But you know what? There is someone he knows he's going to be having dinner with tonight as part of the whole, as part of the reorganization effort for the Border World military. He'll ask around, and he'll get back to you tomorrow. But he should be able to find something for you. He just knows there's nothing today. Like, he knows of nothing that would be worth your time today that's on world. But if he asks at the dinner tonight, he might have something for you tomorrow morning.
I thank him and tell him that's what I'm looking for.
Anything else during your flight?
Thanks.
Oh, actually, I pull out of... Do I have it? I guess out of one of the compartments on the armor. An unusual bioscanner and ask the doc if Calvin, if he's ever seen anything like this before.
Have I?
I've been carrying it around since Lanth, and I've been carrying it around for like 3 or 4 years, and I don't know what it does.
Okay, may I
Maybe
examine
you
it?
know what it does. This is one of the things I rolled is the backstory, the history. That,
Well then.
Hervor found an unusual bioscanner. And actually, I don't think it's like marine loot or something, is the table. I don't remember exactly what it's.
Okay.
I'll have a look at it, see what it is.
Give
If I know.
me 3d6 biology, intelligence.
Alrighty.
And that was
I
that
make
was me
that
just.
on a roll of 11. I got a 6 and my max is 11, so I got it.
As you look over the device, and you have time to sit there and fiddle with it, look at it, and check the scanner, and then, well, it is a scanner, all right, and it is something you would use to scan by sophons, and biologicals in general. It's a biologic scanner. So you fiddle with it a bit. It works. Okay, you can buy one of those at the right kind of stores. Okay, what's in the thing? You start scrolling through its scan history. Which seems pretty extensive. And the problem and this is probably why your Marine friend there had a problem understanding it. It does normally you would list your the sector, subsector, planet coordinates and world hex and all that. You would list precisely where the scan happened, so that way you would remember in case you move from planet to planet. This has like code numbers, so. At first, you're not even sure where these scans were taken from. However, you do recognize the scans. These seem to be scans of an Asgardian location. And it seems to indicate, according to your understanding of biology, certain plant life, cultivated plant life, by the ancients.
Calver's eyes are gonna go as wide as 2 melons. Where did you get this? Do you realize what you have here?
I guess, Jim, is that up to me where I found it? Because the
Yeah.
table doesn't actually tell me I got it. Okay.
Yeah, you
Then,
found it
I'll say-
somewhere. I'm just telling you what's in it.
Yeah, I know. So there's a thing we used to do before the war where we would go spend several months living in a blacked out ship on the edge of a system and just watch Imperial naval bases so we would know how to attack them when the war started. We came back and attacked one of them, and I found this in a lab on an Imperial naval base.
My god.
The scientists did not put up much of a fight.
As we normally don't. Shame that you attacked. Never mind.
It was a war.
This is a valuable find.
The
A
Imperial
most
Navy didn't
valuable
exactly
find.
roll over.
Naturally. I would like to study this further if you would allow me the opportunity later on.
I tell you what, if you can find out what its value is, I'll give you a quarter of whatever I can sell it for.
I'll have to study it first, but I think I can do that.
Sure.
Good. We have an accord.
And with that, we will take our break. So we'll be right back after a little bit. Everyone just have a stretch of your legs and relax for a bit, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Time to pee.
That too, I suppose.
Oh, do you,
Hmm.
is it going to be important where that naval base was? Because I do have the system name for it.
Oh, we should note it down, yeah. Just fire it into the Discord. Yeah.
Yep. The bear might have been there.
He barely might have been there.
Hopefully
Wah,
not at the same
wah.
time Hervor was.
Hello,
Which
everyone.
would have been... Oh, sorry.
Oh, hello, everyone. We're back. We're back. We're just getting reset up as we sit back down again. Or some of us, anyway. I don't know if everyone's here yet.
I have returned.
Hi, back, your author. Yeah, forget you, man.
1822, eh?
1822. Wait, that's not how the song goes.
All right, there on the border. The bear was too busy
Too bitty.
kicking Sword World ass around Sting.
Yeah, actually, you were not in the Imperial Navy. This was,
Yeah, I mean, I only did one term in the Navy during the
well,
war.
this was in term 4. And for you, how long did you spend in education? Or I guess let me say it in a way that makes more sense. This was 10 years ago.
10 years ago, yeah, I've still been in the Scouts.
Yeah, so if you were at the naval base, it was like 7 or 8 years later.
Yeah.
Oh, I take that back. I helped scout the base 10 years ago. The actual attack was at the first year of the war. So maybe, who knows?
Bear and a haircut too bitty. Shaving a bear cut too bitty. Better pun. Did I grab the thing I wanted? I did not. Works better if I grab the image I'm looking for. There we go. So sometimes pass and you will come into the range of the weather system that is engulfing the continent you're trying to approach.
Okay. The bear will start paying much more close attention to how the net is handling the controls. In case I need to take over manually. Please God, no.
There we go. Ooh. Are you flying above the cloud cover or below it? Because you probably don't want to fly through it, because then you'll just blind yourself.
And generally, it's the air is calmer above than below, so if possible above.
Okay, give me 2d6 driver using your dex.
Can I assist by giving my navigation?
There's a navigation roll to come.
Okay.
I believe I'm going to roll 3d6 on this, since as an Ursa, I get 3d for that characteristic. Is that right?
Oh, because it's a 3D characteristic? Yeah, because you
Yeah.
bear paws. Yeah.
Right.
I think I can assist by inputting minuscule, well, not minuscule, but subtle commands into the flight computer while we fly to try and correct if there's any overwindage or something like that.
What skill are you thinking?
Program.
I'll take that. Yep.
Okay, so would it be int plus program?
No, you don't roll. You just add your program skill to the target number.
Okay, so my program skill is an additional 1, so you can use that.
And because you're connected to the net, your target number is modded by +1 again. Because the computer, the aerospace net is still trying to help you, because it's letting you know
Okay.
where the storm is and stuff.
So yes, my target number was 14, but with those 2 plus 1s, the 15 barely falls under the new target number.
Whew, I just saw the number. So yeah, you ascend over the cloud cover. So now you're not in danger of the storm overwhelming your craft. Now you need to find the place because now you can't see it because there's clouds in the way. So now you have to calculate roughly where it is. You're trying to find out where you can start diving through to get to where you want to go while spending the least amount of time within the storm's influence.
That's where we need navigation.
Yes, that is a navigation roll. I will call it 3. I'll call it 3. I'd say it's hard, yeah, to do this. 3d6 navigation. Mod +1 to the target number because of the aerospace net that's helping you.
So this is probably not going to be great for us because I'm going to get hit by this is hard. So this is going to be a 46 under 12. So like 50% chance.
I could do it a 3d6 under 12 with Jack of all trades.
Oh yeah, then you do it.
Your nav will help. You can help him with your nav because you're doing the same you're doing the same roll.
Oh, then I'll give you a +1.
Okay. It's 3d6. Gonna be looking for an under 13. Yes.
Wait, doesn't it still turn into 4 because you don't have the appropriate nav skill?
How much nav do you have?
I don't have any nav, but I thought Jack of all trades could be put in place. Like, so
What's your but your jack of all trades is 2 versus 3, right? So it's still hard. It's still this is hard.
Oh, okay.
So you owe
So
me
you
one
still
more
would
die.
have-
So it's 6 of one, half dozen of another, whichever one of us does it.
No, you've already rolled 3 of your 4 dice. You just roll the 4th one, and
Okay.
you need to roll 4 or less.
Hey. So between the two of you, you're able to kind of figure. You're batting it back and forth, trying to figure out: is it here? Is it there? Well, wait a minute. It says this, yeah, but this is there.
Dive!
And eventually, it's I'll just go here, poof, and you just nosedive through the clouds and very quickly zip your way through the rainstorm and the winds buffeting the side of the vehicle.
See, when you say dive straight through, I was thinking, yeah, someone who's experienced in naval landings and someone who's experienced in surviving naval landings. Yes, our solution is always dive straight and fast to avoid
Right.
getting blown up.
Right.
And actually, the funny thing is, I imagine Calvier has a surprising level of calm from what you expect from a scholar, because Calvier has been on a rather spooky world, a field scholar.
Please,
Yeah,
it
you
was
don't
all
wanna-
sunshine and rainbows when I was there. Now they declare it a red zone. No.
Yeah, you don't want to spend too long in orbit over Asgard.
That's why I never spent much in orbit over Asgard. We went straight down, dive bombed into the nearest volcano.
And eventually, as you're rushing through the storm and the clouds and the rain and the wind rocking your little craft back and forth, you find yourself flying over these wide, sprawling hills, rolling hills and grasslands that are being, more savanna, more like. It's just this is a sudden storm that's hitting the whole region. And you see a crumbling, overgrown temple out in the middle of the land. And those match up with the coordinates. You're fairly sure that's the particular ruin you're looking for.
Were we given a comm code or anything?
You were told a person to meet there.
Okay,
Hopefully
so
they're still there.
so we would have to. Our only way to know if we're meeting the right person would be to meet him face to face.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Major,
Alright.
please put away the religious symbology.
Do we have this person's name?
I'll Yeah, we have their name. I have it on the printout sheet. Because
Okay.
we were given, the job was like, he literally printed it off like it was some like 1980s like
Yeah, but
teletype or something.
I mean, I'm asking the GM for a name.
Oh, I don't actually have the name. I just know that the character has the name.
Right. We have to make him use his tables.
Devotee Tavaglamfamar.
What does the devotee part suggest?
Is that a title?
It's a title, yep. They're an A-tier
so-
devotee.
Suggest you
yes,
need,
okay,
you need to
so-
put the thing away.
I'll put it in a pocket because the book didn't actually cover this scenario, so so I don't have to worry about it. But I am kind of curious about the whole situation, so I will offer Telvir, since I'm not going to need it while I'm in the suit. I have a jack, a mesh jack.
Which could
Just
serve us.
in case you get shot.
I see.
You don't have to take it. It's just like I bring it with me in case I'm ever out of the armor. So like.
I don't have a wafer jack though. I'd have nowhere to plug it in.
No, it's not a wafer jack. Jack as in jacket.
Oh,
This is mesh armor that you wear.
If it's quite alright with you, I'll stay with my suit for the time being. It's comfortable.
Yeah, no problem.
Good. Take us down, shall we?
Driver 2d6 to land safely near the ruin.
Okay. Yep.
Go over. Oop. Nope. Oh.
You know, sitting in the battle armor, it does occur to Hervor how terrifying an Ursa in battle armor would be, let alone one in battle dress. It's like a cyber bear.
Yep. But that's a different bear than my guy. My guy's an explorer bear and an engineer bear. And a bit of a gourmand.
So Tarvin and Calvier are both in their regular dress. Hervor has actually stepped out of her battle armor.
No, I'm putting it back on. It was just while we took the several-hour trip.
Okay.
I just had this image of you trying to put on the armor while we're going through all this turbulence. Just rattling around the back of the car.
It's actually incredibly rigid when turned off. It's like, it becomes really difficult to move without it being powered.
Yeah, but you lose the snack and drink component. How would you do that?
Well, I kind of actually don't like the drink component at the moment. Literally, one of the downsides for me, so normally it's dexterity -2 for this armor, but I got an upgrade to make it dexterity +3 because if I went -2, my dex would only be like a 1, which is not good. So I went plus to get a bonus to dexterity. But the cost of that was like the cost I rolled was bad taste in drinks. So like this suit, like the internal life support system, the drinks taste bad.
Have we gotten down?
Oh yeah, I was just waiting for you to.
Okay, what do we see?
You see your face. No.
Ah!
My face! Ah!
You walk
Ah!
out of the grav lift and up to the ruin, and you find that in the confines of the pillars, and it seems that this was carved into an area, like it was a rock outcropping, and then they kind of carved spaces into it and installed pillars and so forth. And the wind and rain and stuff is buffeted quite thoroughly as you step inside. It's still wet in here because the roof is gone. There was supposed to be. You get the feeling this is supposed to have some sort of energy shield guarding the place from the elements. So now just the natural barriers are what are keeping it from being completely run over. So the air seems a lot calmer just because you have barriers, you have walls keeping it away from you. Your feet smacking against the stonework of the ground. You can see overgrown images of various gods, mighty and minor. A lot of them worn over or vandalized.
The bear has some knowledge of archaeology. Can I take a stab at how old this place is? Or, you know, what era it comes from, at least?
I would take 3d6 education, education to know what this is.
Do you reckon I might tempt you with the same except survey?
You can certainly assist with survey, but it wouldn't be the main role.
I'll assist the bear with the survey, yeah.
Well, now hold on. The bear has training, so do I have that, or do you want me to use the full training score?
You would have, because it's an education role you're doing, yeah.
Okay. Which is not great. And it's how many d6?
3.
Okay.
And if you want to add
archaeology's
my
only...
survey score, that's another 2.
Oh, well, and I only have an archaeology of 2, so that actually puts me into this is hard. So I'm trying to roll under a 7 on 4.
Wait, what's your archaeology?
2.
2? Your Jack of all trades covers the this is hard gap.
Oh, okay. So it's trying to roll 7 or less, 8 or less, right? On.
Well, like I said, if you want to use my survey bonus, I got another +2.
Oh, are you adding 2 or just 1 for a mod?
GM, am I adding 2 or just 1?
He had a skill, so the 2, yeah.
So the 2.
Okay. So target number is 10. So no, it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or less on 3. Let me give it a shot. Nope.
Nada.
Yeah, this is a very out-of-the-way place. There's probably some paper on it because Galatine is a rather old planet. Like it's from the early exodus of humanity across the stars. So this place probably could be over 1,000 years old, could be hundreds of years old. It's hard to tell.
We just need to spend more time on it, really.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or if you're in a library or something, it'd probably be 2d6, but you're sitting there just kind of eyeballing, going, have I heard of this place before? No.
Have we seen any sophants wandering around?
No.
I have slightly then. Oh, let's see if I smell any sophants besides us, and see if I can't find them that way.
You smell wet leather and human skin.
Sounds like my kind of a bar.
Oh, God. Wet?
He's a bear. Anyway, so yeah, I will see if I can't smell out the source of this and lead us there.
Mine is being- Sorry, go ahead.
Give me intelligence 2d6. If you can think of a skill that would apply to this, I'm listening, but it just feels like a regular intelligence roll to me. So there's optional skill.
Are there rolls that you're supposed to make against senses?
Yes.
Oh.
I think that's what all the numbers come down.
Well, it tells you what range and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I know how to tell you your target number. Hold on. There's another way to do this, and I have my short notes for it. 1 second. Actually, it would mod your roll. So, it would be your intelligence plus 3. Because of how big the thing you're tracking is and how close it is to you. And I'm taking into account your senses, which your senses would either work or not within a certain range band. And you're within the range band that your sense should work.
So I'm rolling 2d6 intelligence with what mod?
Plus 2 to your target number.
Okay. So 2d6 looking for 12 or less. Yes. Over here.
You sense something?
I think I smell somebody.
How curious. I've never seen an Ursa do this before.
Really?
I
I've
haven't
never
had
seen
much
an Ursa
contact-
before.
I haven't had much contact with bears on Mercury, you know?
No, fair. No, our sense of smell is much better than it's our main sense, and much better than humanity.
You must let me examine your olfactory senses once.
Wait, no, it isn't.
Current day of what?
The year.
Oh.
Current day of the year. It's not one I have written down. Oh, well.
So you smell someone?
Yeah, over this way, I think. And I will follow the nose.
And you find yourself standing in a chamber tucked away on on an upper level. You have to go up some stairs and go around a turn a bit, but eventually it's not a terribly long walk. The shrine is only so big after all. And in this room, you see what appears to be a rather tall, thin individual statue with a headdress that seems to be taking the form of a wolf, but it seems to be accentuating their height significantly. And they have not their right hand upraised, but their left hand reaching down to a petitioner, whoever happened to be standing there, almost like a helping hand sort of gesture. And at their belt, you can see that there's various blades and pistols and adventuring kit and whatnot, well-worn looking boots. And in the shadow of this statue, you see a woman stand up and turn to look at you. She's shaved bald across the head. She has various tattoos across the skin of her scalp. She's wearing a long leather coat, which seems to have various emblems of the various Asir stitched into it. But one particular thing that seems to be on her left arm is a Jodani symbol. And it's big and prominent, more than the rest of the Asir emblems.
Does she seem to be like one of the people who have, who are trying to mix the two religions?
When you
Like
say
she-
oh, go ahead.
Because there was some group of people who were like already saw Magantil as like a super important person, right?
She is not wearing the emblemology of a church member.
When
Okay.
you say Jordani symbol, is it like language? Is it?
If you know the language, you might understand what it is. Otherwise,
Yes,
it is the symbol in the Jordani language that implies luck or destiny. It has a semi-religious connotation to that, but it's the religious way to write luck or morality, moral luck. You are lucky if you are a moral person. Is the rough translation into Anglic.
Well met, traveler. We have come on behalf of the Travelers Aid Society to deliver something to you. If you are a devotee to Vagmalvar.
I am that devotee, blessed as I am.
We may have something for you then, if that is indeed the case. And the professor will pull out the little black box. A present from the TAS.
Many welcomes and thanks to you for your delivery.
I'll hand her over the box.
She
You
takes
place your thumb over at the thing there, yes.
She takes the box and sets it on the floor and deftly taps the top and starts typing in her number.
Always happy to help out a fellow society member.
It is among the stars that we find peace and prosperity. Gentle bear.
Yes, quite. Are you satisfied with your gift?
If we're lucky.
And from the top of the box, the last item is produced, and it lacks all religious and mystical flair, as it seems to be a rather mundane, straightforward stone reassembly device. That is to say, a thing you would use to repair stonework. And she picks it up. She tests it on like a bit of rock, a bit of like broken pillar near her, and starts waving it over it. And eventually, you see the stone form back into place, and you see it's restored to the pillar instead of crumbling away. It's a lot more. Nice. It's still grown and stuff, but it's not nearly as decrepit looking.
How long would it take to wave this thing over this temple and restore the temple?
Without a roll, she's looking on a great day. Maybe she'll get it done in 6 months. If the weather's this bad on a regular basis, it'll probably take her like a year. Because she has to do every available surface, and then she has to climb in the hard-to-reach spots and stuff. The easy part's the ground level stuff. That'll be easy. It's the other stuff that'll be hard to get at.
Is that your work here, devotee, to restore the temple? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, I do not mind you asking at all. It is appropriate that the mighty Asir are honored in a place worthy of their power. And though the Jodani smile upon those who do moral acts in living life, it is good of us to follow in the saints' footsteps in honoring the mighty powers that dwell in the Sword Worlds. So, I have no commandment from the congregation to do so, I simply act as parishioners would demand a devotee to act.
And you seek to restore this place?
But of course, honorable warrior.
Seems a worthy goal. You work alone here?
As it seems, though perhaps the universe will provide in other ways, and my devotions will be felt.
Hervor, under her breath, will mention, because the Asir are not going to.
Is there aught we can do for you as we make our way back towards whatever the primary city's name was?
Kurzbach.
Kurzbach.
Or Hallenport if you're going to Starport.
Okay, well, I guess we'd ultimately go to the Starport. To Kurzborg or Hallenport.
Well, the question I have for you, given your assemblage and personage, I am to understand that you are travelers and seek your patronage.
Almost always. Though I must tell you, we ship out for the Daring Confederacy in 2 days now.
She walks over and stands in front of the major and looks up into the visor.
I'm thinking,
Hello, Ilea.
how am I going to convince Calvir that it wasn't my fault? I mean, yeah, I guess the visor tilts down towards her. She can't see my face or anything. So, well, if she can, I'm not aware that she can.
Mighty warrior, I ask of you, for whom does your sword swing? Who is the enemy of your axe?
Swing.
Those that oppose the unification of the sword worlds, mostly. It gets more specific than that, but broadly, those in favor of unification can argue to be spared.
She chuckles at that. And in the chuckle and in the way she's holding herself and the fact she's standing so close to you, you do sense that she does seem to be a sword wielder, but there's definite signs due to the slightness of her build and her height that she has some Jordani blood in her. You can kind of tell that now.
I say, would a devotee such as yourself want to convince me to swing it for anyone in particular?
I would ask any strong or weak warrior to stand in the defense of, well, the sword worlds, I suppose. It's people. Those who guard the hearthfires need axes borne against those who would steal it from them. And there are those who would steal it with arms, with money, with pretty words.
And who are they? Do they have a name, or are they just a vague presence?
There are many names for them. Various persons have their intentions and goals. In the specific, though,
you know, the Church of Matlock.
There are mega corporate powers that seek to decide the destiny of sword worlders. There are, and she nods her head, great forgiveness to you, honorable bear and gentlemen. She would say gentle bear. She wouldn't say honorable because you're not armed. Gentle bear and gentlemen. But imperial intentions dictate to sword worlders. And there are those in high places who seek to enrich themselves and only themselves, and to guard only the hearth fires gilded in gold than the ones made in wood and stone. You know, in a sort of sword worlder way, she's referring to the ruling class versus the common class of sword worlders. That's kind of a slang in the language. It's an old way to say it. You would say common person or high person, but she's saying it the old way, which in Anglo kind of sounds weird.
Hervor is normally the person they send out after populists, not normally the one who joins them.
Yeah.
So, I cannot with any great effect split golden hearth fires or mega corporations. So, if you have need of me to do something, then speak plainly.
As the universe wills, then. She steps back from you and turns to face all three of you in more general rather than closely monitoring Hervor's reactions. Then I would offer this and trust that you will act with, if not the goodwill of sword worlders and humanity, then for the mercenary gains that come by such works. There was, during the war in its final days, an installation, an Anglic, a psionic academy that was being developed to defend the sword worlds from Jordani overreach, despite our allegiances. However, this did displease some of the nobility of the Jordani, and they sought to, in their words, liberate scions who were in their ranks. Which, I do not fault them that. But I do fault them for the inadvertent harm they caused. For in their ignorance, in their haste, they unleashed a biological weapon across the planet that infected countless millions. Thankfully, the Aesir have seen fit to embolden the sword worlder heart and body with the strength to withstand such an attack. Unfortunately, these same people now hold in themselves that which could destroy humanity and shatter the empire, the confederations, and the consulate. And although the sword worlder is mighty and strong among its gods and the strongest of all humanity, alone we are beggared. I request of any traveler trustworthy and brave, perhaps more brave than trustworthy, I suppose, to seek out this research facility and obtain information that could lead to a cure, a vaccine.
So this is a vaccine to reverse psionic suppression.
This disease is, to my understanding, a side effect of the experiments. Those who survive it are awakened to their psionic potential. Those who do not face catastrophic destruction of their brains.
Okay, so it's the other way around. But I was getting confused about who was trying to make scions, or who was trying to get rid of scions, like exactly what was going on.
Well, the sword wielders were trying to create scions separate from the Jordani method at their power level. But the problem was the Jordani objected to how the sword wielders were doing it. They had Jordani assistants helping them, and the consulate sought to take these agents back. The problem is when they took their people back, they unleashed the bioweapon. It wasn't meant to be a bioweapon. It was meant to be an artificial inducement of psionics. It just wasn't ready yet. Now it's been spread across the populace of that world.
So this is on another world?
Yes.
And which world is that?
Does this have anything? The bear says, does this have anything to do with Anselholm or certain decommissioned psionics academy in Quirion?
The Travelers' Aid Society knows much, it seems, Gentle Bear. You would be correct. It is in Anselholm.
I have an insight question.
Sure.
Should we do this? Is it wise to do this? I mean, this measure was obviously put into, well, this disease, so to speak, was put into place obviously for a reason.
Well, the disease is an unfortunate side effect, right?
If the sword wielders ever got their hands on psionics, the Empire would have fared much worse, I presume. Should we do this?
Not necessarily. I mean, the Jordani already had psionics.
Yeah,
and,
it wasn't. It was like sheer military power, right, that lost that war. The Empire's like 50 times the size of the Sword Worlds.
Question still stands. Should we do this?
Roll insight.
I'll take a free one because it's 12. I can't possibly fail.
2d6, you can roll double sixes.
Oh, so I can fail. Cool.
Yep. Yeah, you're fine.
I don't fail.
You probably should, if only because if this disease ever gets loose into the trade lanes, you're looking at a mass death event. A massive super plague that will destroy huge chunks of humanity.
Then I suggest we accept. I may be able to fabricate something if we get our hands on the data. I have some experience in these subjects.
Well, and from news from the Travelers is that they're cordoning off the entire Stelomavura continent in Anselholm on the main planet there.
And who would cover our expenses and compensate us for such a dangerous task?
She smiles. Why? The Sword World Confederation. Through its devotee, she nods. The operating sum that I am told to offer is no less than 50,000 credits, up to 500,000 credits, depending on how vital the information, how comprehensive the information you gather is. even the most minute information from those from their project can be used to develop a vaccine in time. But if you are able to assemble one yourselves or have a comprehensive understanding of the inducement, then 500,000 would be easily procured.
Make it 60 if we get you information, and 600 if we fabricate a vaccine. And you've got yourself a deal.
I think you're trying to do a social thing to this lady. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop.
Keep in mind that Anselholm is right in the middle of those 6-7 hexes that I've been jumping up and down about. This is going to go to hell soon.
Yeah, I mean this is kind of what the ship is built for.
Oh yeah.
Because we don't even have to visit any of the nearby systems. We can jump straight past them.
Well, and there's been a pretty substantial increase in both military and scholarly presence in Anselholm over the past few months. The rumor was that there was a Jordani forward operating base working as a weapons development lab in concert with Sword World Military. Sounds like what she was talking about.
So you're looking at persuade. You're trying to persuade them, so that's 3d6. Do this because of this. Appeals to. Your tactic seems to be of common interest. The law that applies.
They're equals, aren't they? There's
law of similarity, yeah.
Yeah.
So law of similarity, so that's +1. The 3 + 1, 4. And I'll say you're being fairly brazen about this. So 7.
Am I? It's a reasonable thing to ask for.
Yeah, but you didn't try to couch it. You didn't try to work your way to it. You just straight out like.
That is true.
That's what brazen
However,
is, right? So.
Right, I suppose.
3. You are rolling a total of 7 on 3d6.
So this is an appeal to, and you said it was an appeal to
Common interest.
Okay, I'm gonna give it the old college try. Anything
Hey,
that I can add here, possibly?
Could Bear help out with his broker skill? Selling our labor.
I'll let you add I'll let you add broker. You try to kind of smooth the waters a bit, like, hey, you do this, here's how you could do it, here's how you can manage the money. And hey, maybe it doesn't have to be in hard credits, it could be in this. It's like, okay, I can do that.
Could I add my bureaucrat to this?
Not with this individual, unfortunately.
My broker is 2.
Okay.
So you're looking at 9 now?
Alright. That's a more reasonable number. Let's give it a try. 0. 2 off.
I'm afraid that is I understand what the Gentle Bear is trying to suggest, and I understand the urgency of this, but I believe my constraints are what they are, unfortunately, much as I would like to accommodate.
Very well. May I confer with my colleagues for a second in private?
If you wish privacy from me, there's an adjoining room. Just go out that way, turn the corner, and there's a room. I'll fix things in here, so I should be fine.
Very well. We'll return in a moment. Ladies, gentlemen. Gentle bears, sorry.
Does the car have comms that could reach the city?
With the storm, you'd have to do a check, but in theory, you could. Yeah.
Anyway, I assume we make it to the other room where we can speak in private for a second.
Easily.
What do we think? It is a fair offer, and should we recover any data, given a laboratory and enough time, I think I could be able to fabricate something. It shall be difficult, but not as difficult as some things I've done in the past.
If your intention is to fabricate it, then we do not need her. We could
She
sell
is
the cure
paying.
ourselves.
She is paying 500,000 for it.
For the data, but...
No, she is
Oh,
paying
that's for the cure.
50,000 for the data, 500,000 for the vaccine itself.
Oh.
Well, and with the facilities we're building into our ship, between your lab and the, it's not called a medical bay, but the med bay, you should have.
Yes,
At
we
least
should
in-
have the sufficient capacity to perform something like this. I will need time, however. Vaccines don't come in a single day, as I'm sure you're aware.
Well, and we are yet weeks away from having our ship.
Months.
There are places where we could rent a laboratory, is that correct?
Perhaps we do this, but I think we could find someone who would pay more than she is willing.
Well, while that may be true, the vaccine, or vaccines in general, have an expiration date. When I make a vaccine or fabricate one, should that happen, we should find a buyer soon. And we have one at our disposal immediately.
I only
Besides-
suggest that we search for a better one, not that we deny this one.
Yes, I think we should definitely accept her offer, and if someone else should decide to offer us something else, we shall take it under consideration. However, there are also moral implications that this vaccine takes with itself. Should it fall into the wrong hands, things could be suboptimal.
Is she the right hands?
Well, she claims to work for the government of the Sword Worlds.
I doubt that.
We could
There's very
inquire
few
with the
left
government.
in the government who follow her superstitions.
We could
Well-
always inquire with the government.
That's
In the border
Yeah.
worlds, there's not too many left who follow her superstitions. In the larger sword worlds, there's more than a few. I mean, there's a reason that the border worlds aren't kicking up too much of a fuss from being under the Imperium or being a puppet of the Imperium.
All I'm saying is, let's give it a chance. Let's see where it takes us. And then later on, if we find out any further information about either her or perhaps another patron shows up and offers more than the 500,000 we could possibly be given, I'm willing to negotiate further then.
okay, because I only approach the topic because I feel like there's probably a good price on her head. Right, but we don't want to do that if we can't find another buyer for the vaccine.
Well, and it's important to remember that we are not technically in the sword worlds right now.
That's why her herself might be valuable. If we were in the sword worlds, I wouldn't bring it up.
Right. And it sounds like she may not be working for the government. Was it the Golden Fires or whatever versus whatever? Because I would lay you money that what we're going to find in Anselholm is a combination of SUSAG and Sword World military. Because that is a Sword World system. Parsec, whatever.
Does this vaccine, if applied to someone psionic, affect them?
Is the disease? Is she saying that the disease affects scions, or the disease is potentially a pandemic?
She said the word pandemic.
Okay, so the result of this, it may be a psionic disease that affects most humaniform sophons, and maybe even ursiform sophons. Who knows?
Very well, and I think we're in agreement. We take the contract until someone offers a better price to complete the same task. Regardless, I think we're committing to this task. We just, with the addendum that there's probably someone who will pay more, so we should find them.
Or at least find out more about who we would be giving this to.
Yeah, then I say we agree, but like internally, this we're kind of only agreeing to look into it. We're going to tell her we're going to agree to the contract, right? But we're just looking into it on the whole, because there might be a more profitable and more ethical approach than what she's suggesting.
Yes, but it is a good thing to look into it either way, because if anything, it is moral.
Well, I'm not exactly sure we want to necessarily start out our traveling as a group that only in theory agrees to contracts. If we take the contract, we take the contract.
That is also a good point.
Reputation matters in these things.
And
Now,
I know not whether our reputation has suffered already because we worked with the church, although we tried to minimize it. However,
and it may be
But
that our
the
time
contract-
frame may not suit hers.
The contract is not to give her the vaccine. The contract, we could find a better buyer for the vaccine, send her the data fulfilling this contract, buy the words of the contract, and then sell the vaccine to someone else. She didn't say, "Oh, if anything you learn has to come back to me." She just said, "I will pay you for what you learn." Right? So
that is just called searching for loopholes inside a contract.
So?
It may not be the most moral thing to do.
Or the most business savvy. Again, reputation matters.
I am with the bear on this one. Let's accept a contract. See where it takes us.
I mean, if we
And
wind up
bind ourselves to her.
If circumstances dictate that for whatever reason we find ourselves in a position where we have to break the contract, then we deal with that.
Exactly.
When it comes.
If we should have sufficient reason to break a contract in the future, then it shall present itself to us. But for now, we have none. So, let us accept a contract. Shake on it, as it were.
I concur.
Sure, but I still think we would get very much more from someone else for this vaccine, but...
And if that happens to be the case, you may boldly in a couple of months then tell us, "I told you so," with much glee in your voice.
And much poverty.
My concern is merely that the person who might pay us more might want the vaccine in order to withhold it.
Exactly.
Biological weapons are...
I would not...
good for nobody.
I do not suggest that. I do not suggest stooping to that kind of mass murder for a few mega credits. All I suggest is there may be someone willing to pay a mega credit to get the vaccine and use it appropriately, rather than half a mega credit.
Well, we shall see. So, are we ready to go back in and talk to the lady?
Yes.
We can take the contract.
Devotee.
You head back.
One question,
Is there a
Devotee.
way? Oh, sorry. Actually, can I ask this before?
Okay.
Before we get, is there a way for most people to find out if someone is psionic, or is it
Uh,
just beyond most people?
you would either have to be psionic yourself and reach out to them, or you'd have to apply a technological test in a lab.
Okay.
It's not something a non-psionic could do on site because there's no visible. There usually isn't a visible manifestation of it.
I have my suspicions about her.
Well, I mean, she's part Jordani.
You find her working away. She turns once you come in because you didn't exactly. It's hard to sneak in with the fact that you're the only people in the whole building.
We are in agreement in our desire to take your contract, devotee. However, there are a couple of bits of information you need to know and that we would like to know. First off, we will be unable to begin to work on this contract for, what are we estimating?
At least
2 months?
No. So it's gonna take us about a month to get there, and then it's gonna take. So it's gonna take us. 35. So it's gonna take us over a month to get there, and then we're gonna be waiting on the world 2 months before our ship order is put in. So
At least 4 months.
at least 4, maybe as long as 6 months, right? Depending on build time.
Right.
3 to 6 months is the gauge. 3 to 6 months, because the ship may already be built, right?
Right.
So yeah, we can tell her 3 to 6 months, and we should also include that this contract requires that the vaccine actually be used to treat the disease.
Right. That's what I was going to be saying. First, we will not be able to engage on this contract for 3 to 6 months, due simply to the fact that our ship is building. And second, we would want assurances that should we be able to develop a vaccine from the information we gather, that this vaccine would be distributed widely and as needed.
We also would like if possible, if the vaccine we can make it, we would also like the opportunity to negotiate a what do you call it, where you get like a percentage of the value of the things produced.
Royalty?
We would like the opportunity to negotiate royalties. Obviously, if we can't do it, then there's no reason we'll just negotiate the flat fee now. But if it's possible, we would like to negotiate royalties at a later date.
It is intriguing that you worry much about the general welfare and the prosperity of humanity, and then very adeptly, with Villani care, ensure that you profit from it.
Because if I don't, the rest of humanity will crush me in poverty,
As
they are so wont to do.
Devotee, it's also worth remembering that 3 minds are in constant state of shifting negotiations, and rarely do any 3 minds speak as one.
The offer I have, the thing I can assure you, as a devotee of the Saint Ishtar and the Aesir for which he served, to the brave Hearthfires and the brave and honorable warriors of the Sword Worlds, ancient and brave that they are, that our goal is to defeat this dragon, this disease, before it destroys us all. You are crafting the sword that will slay that dragon, or finding the means to do so. So yes, the Sword Worlds will not cower and wring their hands while the dragon eats humanity whole.
Excellent. That's what I needed to know.
As for further profits, should it come to, I am authorized to what I am authorized, as I explained to Tarbin and Calvier here. Should you be successful, I am sure that I can relate to those honorable persons of the Sword Worlds that you wish an audience to negotiate further reward. As for the speed of it being done, I care that it is done by someone. And right now, the only 3 people who have come to me with any level of trust or urgency are the 3 of you. The rest I've ever encountered either were so greedy as to refuse me outright, or so mistrusting as to disbelieve anything I would say, or frankly, they were scum to be fed into the grasslands.
Then I think we have a contract.
I have your word.
As
That
the 3 of us
is the
stand
nature
here,
of a contract.
yes, you do.
Yes, we will. As soon as we have our ship, we will begin investigating whatever it is going on in the Anselholm system and provide you with either information or, hopefully, with our facilities, we'll be able to come up with a vaccine or cure. I'm not a doctor, I don't know really what the difference is, but my primary concern was that it wouldn't be held back when needed, and you've satisfied me on
I agree. That
that
is
point.
the primary concern.
I will warn you then, on this quest you've taken upon yourselves, that in your journeys, I would not spend any unprotected time within the Sword World Confederation. For it is my understanding that those still within the Confederation, loyal to the Hearthfires, have been exposed and hold this as the risk of being exposed is possible. Outside of it, as with myself, we are too far away to have been infected. But slowly and surely this will spread, and in time it will happen. But if you are to stop in a Sword World, I would not go without a rebreather or some other biological barrier to protect yourselves. Otherwise, you gamble with your very psyche.
Our ship is capable of reaching this planet without stopping at a Sword World. Because Anselholm is up in that little tightly packed quadrant right next to the... Yeah, we could jump forward. We can skip all of the Sword Worlds.
We've just got to be sure not to, leave the ship that's taking us out of the sword worlds, or to mask up when anybody who goes down to one of the planets we jump out at comes back.
Well, no, I'm saying we can get to Anselholm without stopping at any of the nearby systems, right?
Yeah, in our ship, but we've got to get out of the sword worlds ourselves. We're crossing through the sword worlds
yeah.
most of our journey.
We are. So we just we don't leave the ship.
Right, and if anybody from the Sword World comes on board the ship, then we start masking up. We just need to make sure and have PPE, such as it were. If the infection's already spreading, though, are you sure you can wait on our timeline? If it's already happening,
she has
then surely
no other
you're
choice.
more
We are
pressed.
the only option she has.
I hope that the Aesir saw fit to bless others with this information across the Sword Worlds, but I must operate as if I am the sole voice. I can assume nothing as an agent of the Sword Worlds or Saint Ishtar. I can only trust that goodness will spread from goodness. Perhaps others will search, maybe others like yourselves may come that are trustworthy. I certainly hope so, just for the increase of chance of success. For all our sakes.
Well, we will do our best for you, and thereby for everyone. My people have no real reason to love humanity, but we pride ourselves on taking a bit of a higher road than they once took with us. If you won't mind us, we'll stay out of your way, but we might wait till the worst of the storm has passed before heading back.
You're welcome to shelter here in the shrine. I have no opposition to that. Besides, my mighty army would be unable to eject you from here.
Thank you. We will treat your home with the utmost respect it deserves. You can rest assured.
Well, and the bear will take the opportunity to learn more about Ishtar and this temple and its history and whatever,
I shall help you with this.
since we have an expert in front of us. And then once the storm lessens or passes, then we'll head back.
You were doing something, Hevar? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, Hervor will follow them. I would like to ambitiously interject with my very limited religious understanding. Obviously engaging on a topic that I have inferior knowledge of, but Hervor is going to be kind of ambitious. Not trying to trip her up, right? I'm expecting that that's not going to work, but that's what Hervor would like to try.
All right. Well, I'll deal with the learning part first. Oh, my mouse is now vanished.
You lost your mouse?
Yep.
Like the thing attached to your computer?
No, the pointer.
Oh, okay. That's more reasonable.
Your mouse is still attached to your computer? How primitive.
I'll deal with that later. So give me sounds like an education roll. Sounds like 3d6. Sounds like archaeology. I will take survey as the assist here.
Okay, sure.
Do you have any archaeology?
Negative.
I know your education's going to be better than my training, though.
It is, but I have a 0 in archaeology.
Which means
Well,
he
what's
gets
your-
hit with this is hard.
Well, I think at a difficulty I get hit with. Well, no, because I've got two. So what's your education? Let's start
12.
there. Okay, you've got a 12.
And if he's
so
willing to take my survey for it, I've got a 14.
Whereas my training is 10, but would be knocked down to 5 plus 2 for archaeology, 7.
I could give it a roll, sure, for this is hard.
And maybe I could assist with archaeology.
Is it what is the base roll? It's a 2d6?
You said 3, I
3,
think.
yeah.
Oh, is it 3?
So this is hard would bring it up to a 4?
Yeah. I will say she gives +2 because you have a person who tries to explain what she can.
I'm willing to take those odds. You willing to take those odds?
Sure.
And you have a 12?
Yeah, in education. Plus, if he's willing to count my survey, it's a 14. I don't know if he's willing to count my survey. GM?
No, not for the main part of it.
Okay.
I can assist with archaeology.
You can assist with archaeology. Yeah.
How much
And
is
what's
the
your
archaeology?
archaeology?
2.
So it will be anyway 14 plus her
16.
is 16.
Yeah.
Fair
So
chance.
Tarbin has like a 70% chance of failure, and you have like a 76% chance of success. So
I like those
Exactly.
odds. Here it goes. Hey, there we go.
One second.
Teamwork makes the dream work. I have a feeling Tarbin's pretty good at like the digging up part of archaeology because that's like training, whereas
So what you learn is that the
when you
Saint,
said the teamwork, oh sorry.
the Saint Ishtar is a sort of a little understood hero, a Jordani hero who was of the morality's path of the Jordani, but
You're cutting off,
converted.
Cody.
Huh?
Excuse me. You
You're in
cut
and
off
out.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
you cut off there on the beginning. Can you go from the top, please?
I'm lost now. I don't even know where I started.
We learned that Saint Ishtar.
We learned that. Okay. Frustration, because things are loading super slow. Saint Ishtar was a Jordani who converted to the Aesir. They were a hero that was of the morality's path, but they saw the Jordani as the Aesir as this way to look after all of humanity. So it kind of fell in line with the Jordani beliefs. And Ishtar, though weak and humble, was very good at helping people. So they went around and helped whoever the Aesir were unable to help, and went from one place to another. And this is like centuries ago, according to their faith. And they were seen as a source of luck for people. They were usually among the sword worlders, they had like wise women or shamanesses and so on that would see things. Ishtar was the only Jordani who's ever been recognized as that sort of one of the few Jordani that is recognized among the Aesir as a wise person. So saint isn't quite the word, but that's what translates to in Anglic or in Jordani. Maybe like hero or something like that, or wise person in the Senegal. And generally, there's people who say they're devotees will look around for. They're sort of like travelers, but the travelers of the faith. They go around seeing if any members have heard anything that the sword worlders need, and they try to help with that need. So if you eventually if you're recognized by the various membership as a devotee, then you're now tasked with, I now have to go around, if I want to keep that title, I have to keep going around doing stuff that the parishioners need. And sometimes asking other people to help them because, no hero works alone sort of idea. So that's kind of their philosophy. They're kind of a subsect of the Aesir faith. Other Aesir have loyal heroes in that sense. Loki's followers have ones like that, but they're a lot more devious and underhanded compared to someone following after Thor, for example, or what have you. Whereas Saint Ishtar is a much lower, not quite a god, just considered a person that one should emulate, especially of Jordani who've become sword worlders or people with mixed heritage. So this is a way for Jordani to convert. This is a path for a morality path Jordani to convert into a Aesir faith, or the other way around. An Aesir faith can convert into morality's path through this sort of conduit, which he finds very comforting. Because she wants the Jordani to be more well understood. She wants the sword worlders to be more understood. So anything that makes that easier is a good thing to her.
All right, cool.
The one last thing is that the Saint Ishtar is at war with the Church of Magadal, because in her faith's opinion, Magadal is a self-serving and greedy person, whereas Ishtar was a giving, heroic person. So they don't recognize, especially since they don't see the Church of Magaddal as among the Aesir. They see him as an enemy of the Aesir, therefore should be opposed. But it's less we go after them with zealots. It's more we have zealots who protect our members, sort of thing. So they usually don't go on the offensive. They go on they defend those who are under attack, which that's happened quite often. And she points out that this temple used to be in full repair, but the Church of Magaddal destroyed it and killed everyone within, sacrificing them to their sorcerer's power. Hence why there's no one else here. And she corrects you in saying that this isn't her home. This is just somewhere she felt she had to go. Someone needed to repair this place, so she's it.
Well, that was very insightful, wouldn't you say, Tarvin?
Yep.
Got my mouse back, hooray. I don't even know how I did that, but anyway. During all that, though, Hervor is trying to trip her up.
Yeah, we're not that bad. We don't conquer buildings so much as we repurpose them to archaeological sites.
Weren't you involved in human sacrifice just like last week or yesterday, day before?
That was a biological repurposement rather than a sacrifice, as it were.
Yeah. Great.
This is what the book says.
Fanatical Church all getting close to a mega corporation in Susag. How could that possibly end in tears?
Persuade, 3d6.
Everything will be fine.
Sounds like you're trying to be charming about it.
Either. Yeah, because I don't want to start a fight. So it's not like you will listen to me. It's, hey, but you forgot this thing.
Oh, or discussion.
No problem because
discussion, because you are discussing. That's another way to do it. So just discussion or charming.
I mean, it would probably be charming unless the tactic doesn't line up right.
Let's see, your tactic sounds like morality off the top of my head.
Yeah. It's not. The other argument would probably be logic if I was debating the points, but I'm not. I'm discussing the whether or not it's acceptable to blow up a temple in a religious conflict. So yeah, probably morality.
And the law. Actually, law of similarity would apply because you're both you're devotees of your faith. Like, so you're kind of batting it back and forth by the sound of it.
Sounds right to me.
Anything else?
I'm not gonna use my favorite law because I was asked not to by everyone else.
And you are trying to trick her a bit, so bluff flux. +0, never mind.
I mean, when the flux is 0, I kind of feel like that's good.
It's not negative.
Yeah, flux kind of is like, I feel like I would end up mostly with bad flux.
So 5 times 2 is 10, I believe, plus 1, so 11 on 3d6.
3d6 less than a 1.
Well, that was almost extraordinary.
Damn.
Well, perhaps Magaddal, the great sorcerer Magaddal, has a sense of morality's path that is so separate from the Aesir dictates that it is enough that I could see the confusion. So I could see that. I can see maybe perhaps there can be peace between the Aesir and the sorcerer in the church. I could see that, yeah. A common ground where we don't need to fight each other anymore. Or perhaps the Saint Ishtar is not of the Aesir as much as I thought he was. Perhaps we're all just meant to be on the path in the first place.
I wouldn't go that far.
We are debating Jordani philosophical thinkers and sorcerers, after all, and their influence on Sword World or faith.
Then, yes, perhaps there is a conceit to be made that the Jordani have more understanding of the will of the supernatural than the Sword Worlders do.
And this discussion takes long enough learning among the temple and just debating theologics. You find yourself free of the storm.
Ah, good. Mr.
Okay.
Arcos, it seems we are finally clear. Shall we move?
Yes, let us head back. Thank you for your hospitality, devotee.
Thank you for your arrival.
Rest assured, we shall be in contact.
Oh, don't forget your box.
Ah,
right.
It is empty now. But yes, perhaps we should. I'll grab it.
I imagine you'll need it to get your payment. She shrugs.
Thank you. Enjoy your gift.
That I will. And she could actually the whole time you walk around with her, she's been repairing stuff as she's talking. So she's gotten a lot of use of that during the time you're here. And yeah, even by the end of it, even as you're walking back to your grav, yeah, she has a ton of work ahead of her. She's not leaving here anytime soon.
So the weather's cleared up?
Yeah, so we're gonna head back.
Yeah, then when we get to the car, I'll put in a call to the military guy who may have gotten a job for us, because we should be able to reach him now that the storm's cleared.
Remember, it won't be till tomorrow morning. I
thought we just spent a day here, though, waiting. Or did we not spend that long?
You spent a few hours here, but not the full day.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
It's okay. I'm taking it personally.
I didn't want us to fly to the wrong place, and then the job is on the other side of the planet. We should probably head back to the city.
Whoops.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree to our nice and cozy rooms in the TAS.
As you walk up to your grav lift that you've rented, you do find that it is in the light of day and clear light, and after weathering the storm for the last few hours and the rough riding you gave it, yeah, it doesn't. And you're powering up the computer and stuff like that, you notice that the visual HUD is kind of flickering a little bit. You notice you have to recalibrate everything manually, so it's kind of a pain that way. But on the plus side, it looks like the auto computer has suggested putting on your 8-point harness, and actually has a little graphic on the screen that shows how you're supposed to put it on. You didn't have all the points on it, but it's you should probably put this on.
May I try and reset the computer with my program skill? Or fix it anyway?
Sure. 2d6.
Would it be int plus program?
I would say intelligence, yeah.
And while he's doing that, Tarbin will use his engineering skills to check out to make sure that the power systems and gravitic drive and everything are going to function properly.
The computer is fixed.
Actually, with that roll, the computer seems to be. You notice that this thing's working as good as it can. It would seem that this grav lift is some 20 years old. So you're able to get it to work better than it was like when you first took off. But you get the feeling this is something that happens with this thing. It's just old. So it sometimes has weird flickers and hiccups like that. But you're able to get it so it's readable and not annoying.
Would it be of any help to us to like be able to communicate with a
Oops, wrong one.
like the person we rented it from?
Oops, you're not driving.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me get a look. I've got my toolkit, and I'm a good engineer.
Well,
So
I'm seeing if I can get you like the information or the advice on what you should do to fix it.
Well, I think he's got the computer system fixed. I'm just doing a check over to make sure that
Okay.
the grav's still going to work.
Intelligence, engineering, 2d6.
Okay. Maneuver drives are gravitic drives, so do I get to add the one level I have a maneuver drive to it?
It's close enough. I'll take it.
Okay. So that's going to be a...
Because M drives are a
16.
gravitic type drive. Gravitics would be
Yeah.
more on the nose, but M drive makes sense.
Yeah, but it's not one of the engineering...
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. 2d6, looking to roll under 16. Yes.
When you check it over, you do get the feeling that there is what the flickering was doing. It was a failed attempt of the computer to warn you that the engine needs to be checked. But when you look over the engine, thankfully it's like a minor maintenance issue. It's one of the lubricant fluids isn't as new as it should be, so the lifespan of the vehicle is being worn at, but it's not going to affect your rental time. Like this thing.
God, our check engine light was on. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's just the check engine light was glitching, so it was telling you it looked like something else entirely. Why is my whole dash blinking at me? That doesn't look good. Oh, the check engine light was trying to turn on.
But we're good. The gravitic drive's not going to go out on us in the middle of the flight or anything.
It shouldn't, no. There seems to be a few backups that are kind of catching it, and there's about, from what you gather, there's at least 3 layers of failsafe, and only one of them has fallen through. There's like 2 other layers before you start having catastrophic failure.
Okay.
Which you should, from what you can tell, now that you've looked at it and the computer's been touched at, you should get a warning light long before that happens.
Okay.
And that was
Very
us
good.
doing the Q-Rebs and mishap roll, and I rolled positive, so it doesn't fail.
Yeah, nice. So yeah, let's head back.
Where are you flying to?
Gearsbog, right?
Well, do we want to go to the starport, to Hellsport, or to the capital city?
Well, I was thinking Kiersbog because that's where the army base was slightly outside of that, and that's who we might get a job for. We could do in the next
Okay.
year or two.
Although I will remind you, your payment is from the Travelers Aid
Right, to get
Society.
paid for this, we got to go back to...
Which we have to go back to the port anyways. 'cause
Yeah.
That's how we're gonna get out of here.
Yeah. So you start flying back to Kiersbog. Any discussion on the flight, or you just you want to skip straight to the city?
As far as I'm concerned, we can go straight to the city.
Yeah, I don't
Yep. Back to
know
our
that we have
cozy
anything to
rooms.
talk about.
There is something I wish to check for potential work, though. Perhaps there are some academic things which need to be done that can be done on the fly. You know, collect samples of X or Y. Worth a try.
You would give me. You would search the net for that, I would suppose. Intelligence plus. What sort of scientific work were you thinking? Biologic?
Yeah, biology.
Biology. So we'll call this 3d6.
36, gotta get less than 11. Nix.
Nothing that doesn't involve joining a scholarly expedition somewhere for like a year. Like, there is work, there always is, but nothing that's short term on the fly. Oops, I have the wrong layers in front of you, sorry. Map layer, this one. Are you still hanging on to the vehicle? Because you've rented it. It's yours until you bring it back.
Well, I would suggest sure until the 3 days expire that we are here. So,
Yep.
Why not?
Yeah. Whose name is like on the lease?
Mine, since I paid for it, I think.
Okay, because you saw how economically devastated the city was, so as long as you're the one who the leasing company comes after if
It's
this car
stolen.
gets stolen. Not me.
I see. Well, is there a safe place to park it?
Where are you parking?
Does the TAS offer any services?
In the city, they're like a AAA. Oh, sorry, that doesn't make sense. They're like a travel service, so they would recommend certain hotels that you might go to and stuff.
Yeah, I was about to say we put it in the hotel parking deck.
Yeah, okay, that'll be fine. We'll keep it for the remainder of the time that we are still here on Peter.
Okay, so you take it to the hotel. So you drive to your hotel, park it in the skybox, grab
Right.
pads, and where do you go from here?
Now we go walk the street to get something for dinner. We go
Sure.
find something better.
Yes, who knows? We might even find the slightest of opportunity on the streets.
Perhaps. Not the scientific sort of opportunity, I don't think, though. Can I try to find us a hole in the wall?
You certainly could. Intelligence or social standing plus your world knowledge. 2d6, you're in the capital. Lots of people come and go here. You probably know a lot about it. Lots of people come to Karasbog if they're willing to do something on the planet that's fancy. Well, fancy.
That would
Can
be
I assist
best.
with my smell so that we can
it's
find a
already
good hole in the wall and not the rotten hole in the wall?
What skill would you apply, you think?
Just chef, maybe?
I'll take
mean-
chef. I'll take chef.
I've already rolled, so the only reason to do this would be if the GM would let me roll another 3d6 to upgrade the success chance, which I don't know if he'll let me do because I've already rolled.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it'll give us a mod when he's doing all the food rolls
Oh,
later.
okay.
Yeah, you can add extra d6.
Okay. Yeah, what's your mod?
Or
Oh, then we can't fail unless we get triple sixes. Which we could not get triple sixes because
right.
I'd already rolled one of the threes.
He goes, that's how he got me. I'd made a good roll to find the restaurant, but then he did Krebs rolls, and the restaurant turned out not to be so hot.
How do you feel about rotten fish?
Rotten?
Tucked away in
Yes.
the undercity of Karasbog, you are walking through some lit corridors and passing by What the common off-worlder might mistake this as like a maintenance or an infrastructural sort of passageway for city workers. You're able to be led to a tiny closet of a space with a narrow bar, dirty-looking sword wielders, and a traveler or two. Everyone's kind of cramped in there, but the food in there smells pretty good, and the beer does not smell stale. It actually the air smells clearer in there than it does out in the service hallway.
Ah, interesting.
Some people kind of look up at the three of you.
Is there an open table?
Yep.
Let's sit at the open table.
Yep.
You have yourself a nice little table. All to yourselves is kind of an exaggeration, but you get the feeling this is the sort of place where people mind their drinks.
Fair enough.
Someone at the bar kind of moves a little closer to your table, and then they lean against it and go, "You three there, what you want?" says the Senegal.
I can reply him in Sagamal. It's just, what do we want to drink?
We want we want top shelf meat, and we want, I don't know, whatever sword wielders eat.
Give us a sample platter of everything you have. I'll reply back to him in Sagamal.
Oh,
We'll taste a lot.
We don't want a sample platter, right? We want whatever the chef does best.
Swedish meatballs.
See, all I know about Swedish food is they like the rotten fish.
Hey, Valani, this is a bar. What do you want? Sample stuff. We have beer, we have meat, we have fish. What do you want?
We want fish and meat.
I'll take the meat, sword wielder.
I'll have meat and fish and a liter of beer.
Does the Valani want it cut for him, or can he manage a knife by himself? People laugh.
I'll laugh along with them. I'll take it whatever way you decide is best, innkeeper.
He chuckles and waves you off and disappears behind the bar. Shouts instructions, you think, and then they come back out and continue serving people for a bit. And then they would pour your drinks, and then they would come over and slam them down on your table for you.
Goodness. Do they always appear so crude to paying customers? I'll ask in Anglic.
I will reply in Samigal. They're not rude. It's just that you're not good at insulting them back yet. You're kind of missing the point. You need to insult them back.
Well, yes, but I wasn't taught that at a university.
Oh, well, in our long journey to the Darien world, I can teach you how to insult people.
The bear will toss back the beer and then reach over, because it sounds like it's pretty close quarters, so I can probably do it without getting up, and slam the thing down on the bar and go, "Another! Put it in a decent-sized container this time. What am I, a kid?"
Oh, you're an Ursine, right. You're a bear. Hold on. Grabs the mug and hands off someone to wash, and they make a hold on gesture at you, and they disappear. And then you hear a noise. Some people look up like, what the hell's that? That's new. And then you hear a whoom as a lifter turns on, and then the person pushes this little lifter cart over to you, and it looks like a keg.
Nice. I assume it's not good for your health to go drink for drink with an Ursa.
Probably not.
I mean, you're not that... I take that back. You're actually several hundred pounds larger than you. Because you went with Ursa Major.
Right. So, yeah. This is more like it. Now I've got a proper mug of beer.
You actually notice there's a hose you can grab at that lets you kind of that's easy to grab with a paw, and you kind of can shove it into your muzzle, and then you turn the nozzle to slurp it up
for beer.
Yep. Because why hold the whole keg? It's on a lifter. It's fine.
Fair.
Although you do know of some Ursine back home that like to pop the top and try to lift it to show how strong they are. But that's just that's a good way to brain yourself with the barrel. That's something you do in high school, not something you do as an adult.
Ursa High School, that must have been a time.
Something you do when you're an apprentice, not
Yeah. Yeah, your master says, "Yeah, have a drink." Okay, I'll show him how strong I am. You are paying for your mistakes in a hurry.
Yep.
The drinks are good. They're very flavorful.
Okay. What about the foods?
The food takes a bit of time to prepare.
No, fair enough.
Or rather, it seems like they're mildly slammed, which is a weird way to put it, but they are a little slammed because there's a lot of people here. And you get the feeling the kitchen's only so big back there. You can hear the sizzling and roasting and burn. Well, not burning, but, scorching, I suppose, better way to put it.
Smell good?
It smells heavenly in here. You can smell all the herbs and stuff in here. Like, as industrial as this place looks, it smells rich and herby.
Is that like a thing on the Ursa homeworld? Like, you don't only pay for your drinks and your food, but you also pay for the smell?
Well, the Traveler book has an entire... they actually name, like... it's one of the specialties of being a chef is... I forget what it's called, but it's all about smell.
Aromatics?
No, it wasn't something I was familiar with. I'll have to look it up.
And when the food comes out, you find that it is a rather... I mean, it is pub fare what you're eating, but it's very sharply presented. Like, everything is easy to grab it. You know exactly what food goes with what. And actually, even for Calvier, you notice they did make some concession to make stuff that is more Milanian and it's a little more refined, but it's kind of pub meets refined. It's a weird mix, but it actually seems to work.
For a Villani, it tastes relatively alright. I've had worse.
You've had massively worse than this.
Oh yeah. Back on Asgard, they feed us volcanic rocks.
Called an Osmancer. That was the olfactory chef thing. Which I don't know. I think it may be a made-up word. All words are made up, though.
So, do we know the bear is an aspiring chef? I guess we do because you told us that was a requirement for the ship, right?
Yeah. Well, you know he's into food, so.
Which
is not necessarily the same thing.
Can I call over the waiter or whatever?
The barkeep kind of looks over. What?
Yeah. How much for my bear friend here to talk with your chef?
Yeah, what?
Oh, it's you?
Yeah?
I motion over to the bear to start asking questions.
So yeah, I'll engage him in how he cooked stuff. What spices did you use? How did you did you braise this?
Give me training plus chef difficulty of 3, as you're now learning about the intricacies of Undercity Kersbagian culinary arts. I mean, that's a fancy way of saying pub food that's underneath Kersbog, but
Training plus chef diff 3, you said?
Yep.
Okay, so I have 4, so this is hard, does not kick in. It's going to be 14 on 3d6. Oh, barely, but made it.
You get the feeling that there is a very it's that sort of pub food mentality of it needs to taste good and rich, but it needs to be fast. Like you're not fast food, but you're not here for the you're not here for the ambience. That's not what you're here for.
Right.
You're here to get drunk and have nice food. And it's like, okay, gives you good beer and good food that goes with the beer. So even the dishes he served, he actually adjusted a little bit for your for what you were drinking. And little things like that. But also you learn about certain Sword Worlder things, like the various dishes that they would make. So very Nordic style. And actually, they're probably as true to old Terra and very in that sort of culinary style. It's just a lot easier now because they have technology that makes it a lot more... Like that small space back there, they can make all kinds of stuff back there.
Right.
So it demonstrates to your bear that you can get away with very rustic, old school tastes while still using high technology to make up that difference and not come off artificial or industrial.
Nice.
Or God forbid, almost sterile cooking, if you get what I mean.
All right.
Is this seat taken? Says someone who walks up to your table.
That depends on who's asking.
Can we get a brief description?
You certainly can.
He looks like a mysterious woman giving a side eye. Just going by the token.
Oh.
You see, this lady is well dressed in a nice high collar suit and a Valani style cape, indicating her social status. She ranks as a knight. Actually, not a knight, as a not someone who has the noble rank of knight, but someone of the same social tier as a knight.
So an A?
I
think that's
I think it's a
B.
Oh, okay.
She's social status B, but she doesn't have a noble title. She's just wealthy. And she has Valani features, somewhat darker skinned, long, very well kept hair. She does have a rather elegant looking blade at her belt and a short knife, as well as a pistol. And you can notice that under the cover of her suit, you can see a faint sheen of mesh armor underneath.
I say sure, if only because I'm pretty sure if we don't let her sit down, someone's gonna stab her and rob her.
I'll motion at her to sit and say, I didn't expect to see a fellow countryman here. Please.
I was surprised, too.
Oh, trust me, I'm in the company of these two. They take me wherever they please.
Well,
I'm afraid you've caught us at a disadvantage, madam.
Rennie Petrov. And she produces a card from her jacket and slides it to the middle of the table.
Could you write that down for us?
I could, but I don't want it. Just give me a second. Copy paste
do
it.
it.
You notice it has the SUSAG logo on it.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
And it notes that she is an agent of the SUSAG Mega Corporation.
This is why she's not been stabbed.
Madam Petrov, to what do we owe a representative of the corporation to speak with us in such a lowly place?
Well, I was told that certain travelers came by to make a delivery at the local branch office. And I've been looking around for these rather helpful people for the last few hours.
That would be me and my colleague here, Major Hervor. Major, would you like to introduce yourself?
You could just call me a useful traveler at the moment. I'm unsure of my status among SUSAG employees at the moment. I had a difficult running with one of your clerks.
And I
Saying
hope
as
you know-
clerics?
Clerk.
Oh.
Clerk.
Clerks. Oh.
But
well,
in
right.
Susag, a clerk is like a cleric, except bureaucratic.
My
Well,
name
that-
is Professor Calvert Trasani,
Seems
and may I
legit.
introduce Tarban Arctos, our Ursine friend.
Pleased, I'm sure. I may not be a bee, but I am an A. I'm a gentle bear.
We don't talk about the bees or the birds around Calvir.
That took a second for that to load in my head. um, well, I wanted to offer a meeting to you, but I noticed you're eating and you're enjoying yourself, so I won't intrude on your happy times too much. But I'll tell you a couple things. One, if you want to discuss my offer in further detail than I can say in open pub, you know where my office, you know where the branch office is. And I'm looking to pay $31,000 for and the opportunity to take on much broader and more lucrative assignments for freelance travelers like yourselves.
We might be interested, but your timetable would have to be less than 2 days or not for 6 months. Maybe longer.
I think that's something that we both can accommodate.
In the 2-day time range, or the we come back to you in 6 months time range?
Sooner is better, but
Well,
my employers are patient.
if it can be done in Beater in 2 days, we might be interested.
I'll make sure to keep my calendar open for, what'd you say, the next few days? I imagine you must have booked travel somewhere. So, you come by when you come by, and I'll make sure that you and I can discuss our mutual economic futures. And present the card to prove that it's you, by the way. I don't just hand those out to anybody.
Naturally. You can expect us as soon as the evening, as soon as the morning hits. Tomorrow is hopefully a better day.
If there's paying work in the next few days, right, we might take a meeting if we don't have paying work.
You do what you believe is of your economic interest. That is the Villani way. And I won't deprive you of that particular pleasure, even if you are a sword wielder.
The professor will chuckle.
Well, enjoy your dinner. And
A pleasure, Miss Petrov.
she opens up her wallet and takes out a few bills and puts it in the middle of the table. Your consideration fee. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And she nods off. Someone grabs her by the hand as she's walking away, and she just kind of looks at him. And then you notice a fair amount of sword rulers suddenly start brandishing their blades, and that one guy just looks at the various mercenaries in the room and just goes, "Let's go," puts up the hands like, "Nope, sorry, nope, I'm just kidding." Everyone just puts their blades away. She looks around the room. They nod, she nods, and then she leaves.
Ha! I like this girl. She's got spunk.
She's got money. She doesn't need spunk.
Whatever floats your sword world boat, my friend.
And her company employs half the planet.
And you find yourself in possession of
She's
1,000
got power.
credits.
Oh.
Oh,
Will that be able to pay for dinner? Considering how much the bear drank, right?
This place is well below your social standing for all three of you. This place actually undersell. They could charge more.
They
I should
definitely
take a
could
look
charge
at,
more. This food's great.
I should take a look at my watch / cool. What time is it?
At present, it's about, you say, mid-evening or so. It's the middle of the evening by now. The sun's starting to. It's probably early evening. Sorry, the sun's starting to set by this point.
Gentlemen, shall we report to Victor I that our task is complete, collect our payment, and then retire for the evening?
Well, I mean, we're several hours away by grab from the starboard.
Yeah, we're gonna wait till the morning, see if the army has a job for us, and if they do, we'll do it, and if not, we're gonna go back to the station.
Ah,
We're
very well
gonna-
then.
Yeah, we're gonna get paid on our way out.
Yeah.
Very well.
And-
Shall we get hammered then?
I just push the money towards the bear, who's put in like a lot of money to the group recently.
Yes,
Here,
if the
take the
1,000
money.
credits are for anyone, they are for you, my friend.
Ah,
Yeah, let's drink and drink some more, and then perhaps either drink some more or go to bed.
All three of you give me endurance 3 dice.
Oh, now, Calvir knows the human Villani biology. He shall try to temper himself as much as possible. But he is an endurant motherfucker, so he will drink as well.
I'm gonna
Or was it
get
endurance?
wasted because I have an endurance of 6.
Endurance plus what did you say?
Just an endurance roll, really. There is optional skills if you can suggest one that makes sense.
How many dice?
A 3. It'd be athlete, I suppose, if I were to call for something, but
My endurance is my endurance is a 14. I succeed.
Would you accept marine
Same.
career knowledge for knowing how to get wasted and still be somewhat able to shamble back somewhere?
yeah, especially for Sword Worlder. You'll drink
I-
hearty, enjoy yourselves, but manage not to obliterate yourselves. Because, oh boy, this stuff, it tastes good.
Please. The professor has had to drink diluted piss on Asgard. Tastes better than this sword world shite anyway.
Are you trying to get stabbed?
apparently.
No, this is internal monologue.
Oh.
He's trying not to admit that this meat actually tastes at all good. Only Valenti wine is good for my palate. Man, this meat's pretty good. No, it isn't. It's swill.
In fact, I think, Tarbin, you know more about these things, but you should try to convince the steward of our flight that he should buy provisions from here, particularly mead provisions.
Shit, do you know how much he'd charge for this? If he had any sense anyway?
The following morning at your hotel, Hervor, your phone rings at your hotel room.
I will angrily grab the phone, because why does someone have to make noise?
Like, I'm not hungover, but at the same time, I'm a little hungover.
Yes, you should have called me on quiet mode. Yeah, I'll answer it and say, what?
Is this... Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. Who would be answering? Hello, is this Hervor Engatsada? This is the front desk.
What's left of Hervor, yes.
We have a call from an Edgar Daggerson for you. From the care of Border World Military. Armed Forces, sorry. Scribble. 1 second. Hervor, is it? You hear in Senegal. And Sakamalra. Keep doing that.
It is. Were you able to find something out?
I am here to offer you a job, Major. Your friend Astvar suggested that you were looking for work.
Oh, I got mixed up. I thought this guy was the captain. He's
Nope.
not.
I remember hearing
sorry.
that name in the news or something.
I mistook you for the captain. Our mutual acquaintance. Did the captain find the right person?
I think he did. It's just a matter of he found the right person for me.
I think he did.
How familiar are you with the Church Magadal, Major?
One could say that I have recently learned some of the inner workings of the church from a distance.
I am performing an... Well, I won't mince words with you, Major. I see a danger to the Hertzfires of the Sword Worlds, and I see that enemy in the Church of Magadal. But
How much do you see it?
oh, how much do I see it? I suppose we do need to talk about whether it's worth your time or not. No sense wasting a Marine's time with petty caches. And you have some friends to help you, I'm told.
Furry one and a not so furry one.
90,000.
Done.
I didn't even hear what the job was. You're such a bad negotiator.
I
The
need...
church didn't pay nearly this well, so, and I said I was in it for the money, so, you know.
You don't know what the job is yet.
I require you to obtain evidence of the Church of Magadal's decadence and corruption that they're trying to instill into the border world authority.
On second thought, this might come at great personal cost. The 90,000 is a good start, but I would like a favorable entry into my file in case there is an opening for a lieutenant colonel in the reserves.
I have strings, I can pull that. I may not be a minister anymore, but I know people, as you know.
I'm hoping with your connections being as they are, you would still be able to manage the reserves. It's not active duty I'm asking for.
I'm aware, Major. It can be done, should you succeed.
I will accept the contract, but I cannot accept it on behalf of my associates. They will have a say, and it will be a difficult conversation. So, how long do we have, and what's the exact nature of the task?
The exact nature of the task is obtaining evidence of corruption of the Border World Authority from the Church of Magadal. And it needs to be evidence that can lead to actual charges against the organization. not mere rumors, happenstance, but actual corruption of the rulership. Enough that it can't be simply dismissed with minor charges of littering or any such judicial...
You want felonies?
Okay. And I want that delivered to our mutual acquaintance, and then he will hand it off to me. He will be our trustee of your payment.
The captain? Are you certain the captain shares your beliefs about the church?
He shares the fact that if he doesn't, he won't be a captain anymore. I can't get him fired, but I can ruin him. Not all warriors fight with laser rifle and axe, after all.
Very well. Give me an hour and you'll have an answer.
Call back on this number with your voice. I'm not answering anyone else.
What's his time frame?
Oh, when does I'll say.
You did ask,
This-
so
Yeah, this contract, either we will complete it in 2 days or it'll be void. As in, you will not hold it against us if we fail in 2 days. And we only promise 2 days of effort. Obviously, we don't expect payment.
You're a Galentine warrior, aren't you?
I was when such things were needed.
Major, I know how travelers operate. I've worked with many. And I know that you get to things as soon as you can, when it is profitable. And that may be of motivation or instigation for your other travelers. But in time, not tomorrow, not 5 minutes from now, but in time, the border worlds will not be a home for brave warrior, honorable warriors, or tenders of the hearth's fires. It will be home to vapid, decadent, and corrupt people who care only for themselves and nothing else.
Hervor does not say this, but quietly thinks, dude, Susak's been here for 100 years. What are you talking about?
So, I'll do what I can, and maybe I'll solve the problem before you do. Maybe someone else will solve it without either of us. Maybe I'm underestimating my former fellow ministers, or even the Marquesa. But sometimes it takes a brave warrior to step forward against Ragnarok. No?
Again, I'll let you know if we take the contract. Stipulations. We give you the information if we can find it in 2 days. 90,000 credits. You put in a word for promotion to Lieutenant Colonel in the reserves, and this contract is only for the next 2 days.
You will need to give me a social roll.
Basically, because I don't know if we can finish this, and I don't want us to fail this because we have to go get our ship.
well, I'm pretty sure he just told you his timeline was flexible.
Yeah.
Oh, if
That's
he's
it.
like, guess in that case, I'll drop that. I just didn't want it to be like, oh, we didn't get it done in 2 days, so now all the travelers think we aren't good at our jobs anymore.
No, there a lot of contracts, especially the big paying ones like this one, are fairly open ended.
Okay,
If it's a time constraint,
drop
then a patron would say you have 3 days to do this, or you have a week to do this. But if it's more open ended, it's like you get to it when you get to it. If another traveler beats you to it, then another traveler beat you to it.
Well, and the contract about the plague may well also wind up helping fulfill the contract for corruption.
Yeah,
if my suspicions are correct.
I'll agree to it, mostly because, right, no one has, like, strongly convinced me of these religious things, but one religion was offering a lot of money. If he's outpaying them, then he's outpaying them. He's also promising a lot of money, because I think this would add an extra, like, 3... Actually, I think it's an extra... It's either an extra 3 or 5 grand a year to my retirement, so... That's what's important, not the title. The... So, yeah, I'll hang up the phone. Unless I still need to roll for anything. Dropping...
No. You're dropping that. So he's... This is one of those social rollers where he's just very willing to. Here's the deal. This is what I'm offering. You're saying maybe yes. He's like, okay. Like there's no argument yet. So
okay. Also, if I do this, does my social drop back down to 7? Because the church raised it by 1.
Depends who wins the conflict, I guess.
So the answer is
maybe.
I don't know for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I open a conference call. Wait. I don't do that because there's probably some operator who's going to listen in. I will go knock on Calver's door first and...
Yes, I'm in the shower. Go in.
Doctor, we haven't known each other that long.
Come in the living room, you dolt.
Okay. Get dressed and come meet me with the bear. We got a chance at money.
Very well, I'll be down in 15. Scrub.
Okay, but I only have an hour to give them an answer, so... Scrub
You can-
harder.
You can wait 15 minutes, surely, Major.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bear.
Scrub.
I knock on the bear's door.
Yeah, Tarbin's not in his room.
I go to the coffee shop.
There he is.
Is he... I would order what he's having, but I'm afraid it would kill me.
It's just caffeine extract.
Right.
Is he sniffing caffeine powder?
Yeah, he's got coffee and a bear claw,
Nah.
and they made it true to size. Ow.
I guess it fits in the hand easily.
Or paw, as the case is.
Yeah, I'll get coffee and then I'll sit down to Tarbin and say, we got an offer, 90,000 credits.
All right.
We gotta get details of corruption on the Church of Megano.
And the professor shall, knowing not where they are, inquire as to where they are, and then find out they are in the coffee shop, obviously, because where else would they be?
The bear has a communicator. I can tell him where we are.
Okay, good. I'll sit down.
Oh. To catch up,
nice
Galvier.
scrubbed and pink.
90,000 credits, and we get evidence of corruption on the church.
So I'm pretty sure that
What?
shouldn't be hard to do. And
What church is that?
The one we went to the other day.
Ah, the one that I want nothing to do with ever again.
Yes, except this time we're on the other side.
You are on the other side, my dear. Not
Well-
us.
No, this time we get evidence against the church.
well, I'm not going to be terribly surprised if this mission we're undertaking for the devotee doesn't lead us in that direction anyway. And judging from what I've seen about the Church of Megatil thus far, finding evidence of their corruption isn't going to be tough. From what you guys said, the army base itself was pretty evident of that.
One could possibly simply take a look at their public financial statements. I assume this has already been done before, but if
we
we
know
are taking this contract, that is a logical place to start.
we know a person to talk to who would have more in-depth private.
Oh, you don't mean that ghastly clerk, do you?
Yeah, we could get it from him.
He's such a bore.
Well, is he so boring that you wouldn't want to steal from him?
No, naturally, I just don't want to talk to him. He'll try to give me a sales pitch again. I'm happy that there's a gigantic fish somewhere out there in space, and it's been turned into a planet or whatever. A magnificent biological discovery, of course, but my God.
Wait, there's a fish that's been turned into a planet? How far upstream did it swim?
Long story. I shall tell you about it some other time, perhaps. Or better
I'm
yet,
starting my own religion.
Better yet, you can get the fellow behind the desk to give you the whole spiel.
Well, I thought I might let you two sort that out, and I'll go see Petrov, see what she wants.
Do you think you'll be able to do well in Susag on your own?
I mean, I have her card.
No, I have her card. I give you her card.
All I'm saying is that I've sort of, in my past interactions with the church, tried to distance myself from them a bit by my actions of, I'm going to get paid and then buzz off as far as I can from here. Wouldn't it be better if I went to Susag and you, perhaps as a fresh face who they haven't seen before, went to the church?
Oh, yeah. Hey, clerk, meet my friend who wants to convert. Tarbin, the bear.
A bear convert is still a convert.
This would be a great...
I don't want to convert.
You don't have to. You just have to pretend. It's easy. I'll tell you how.
Really? So all this time you've been pretending?
No.
What are we trying to get from this clerk of yours?
They had an offer. Someone else made a better offer. Look,
what are we trying to get from this clerk?
Evidence.
I mean, ultimately money, but in this case specifically intelligence.
The clerk might have an insight as to if his church is so opulent, so disgustingly opulent, that money is quite possibly leaking out from
Basically,
their sides.
we just need to get a ledger out of his desk.
Or that. Think you can do that?
Well, look, if he's keeping ledgers, wouldn't they be electronic, and wouldn't somebody who knows, I don't know, programming be better at that? I'm a pilot and an engineer.
I sense a lot of desire for neither of you to participate.
I can, if need be. All I'm saying is that with my previous interactions with this church, I have distanced myself from them. Won't they find it odd if I come back all happy-go-lucky, ready to explore the religion again?
No, they're pretty pragmatic.
I mean, I'm willing to go. I'm just saying that depending on what you're going to do, I'm not the best person for the job. I mean, if you're talking about, distracting him while somebody grabs his records, that somebody sounds like that's more up Calver's alley than mine. I mean, I could distract.
And
I'm not a thief.
As the discussion goes on about what their plans are for the following day, that will be the end of the session for now. For those of you who are watching, we will be doing this again next week as we see who will be continuing the missions and figuring out what exactly they're going to profit from gathering their ship, and hopefully maybe make a bit of money that my camera's really dark. That's because I'm really a dark author. No. Yeah, we'll see you all next time. For those of you watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing, and see you all next time.